Chapter 1098. Everything had to wait until the current situation was over, otherwise, Yang Chen would not be able to take any action. Even if the ultimate demonized demon vine was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it was still a grade 2 earth immortal before it died. Killing Yang Chen in seconds was still effortless. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse, this was determined by the realm. If he really thought that the ultimate demonized demon vine was dying and wanted to show off his bravery, then he would be a fool, he would definitely die without any residue left. It was better now, safe, he didn't have to risk his life, he just had to wait. Even if Yang Chen and the ultimate demonized demon vine were evenly matched, wouldn't it take time to kill it? Anyway, it was a waste of time, how could it not be a waste? This black liquid was secreted by the ultimate demonized demon vine. It should have experienced many years of demonic energy and absorbed a lot of poison. This time, it was formed. If it was evaporated by a fire, it would be a reckless waste of natural resources. Slightly contaminated with a little bit of the black liquid, Yang Chen's fingers immediately became severely numb. It must be known that Yang Chen's body was a strong body that had cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, but he couldn't resist this terrifying black liquid. If it was another cultivator, it would definitely be a fatal blow. The blue jade blood phantom vine appeared silently and plunged into Yang Chen's hand, quickly absorbing and purifying the poisonous gas that had affected Yang Chen's arm. The original blue jade blood phantom vine may not have such a strong purification ability, but not long ago, Yang Chen gave a Bai a seed of the demonized demon vine. After being absorbed and integrated by a Bai, she had a certain resistance to this kind of poison secreted from the roots of the demonized demon vine. Yang Chen had little contact with the black liquid, plus his own strength and resistance, but even so, the blue jade blood phantom vine still took half an incense stick of time to purify the poisonous gas. If there was more contact, I'm afraid it would not be so easy. It seemed that the protection of the breathing soil flying sword was really an escape route that Li Cheng had accidentally prepared for Yang Chen. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely thank this sworn brother. However, Yang Chen soon became worried. He didn't know how to refine such a terrifying black liquid into a flying sword 9. Putting everything else aside, just collecting them was troublesome enough. Of course, this was only an imagination, and it was impossible to put it into practice. The ultimate demonified vine was still painstakingly cultivating the fake demonified vine, the 9 nether flying sword, so that it would have the strength to inherit its power. At this time, the slightest disturbance could lead to a disaster. If it weren't for the fact that the ultimate demonized vine had not yet cultivated into a monster like the old tree demon and Mu Bo, Yang Chen would have already been exposed by now. Speaking of which, it was really fortunate. Yang Chen didn't know how many times he had used the word luck to sigh. At the same time, he also sighed that the word blessing was really an indispensable magic weapon for cultivators. The things on Yang Chen's body, any one of them would almost have a completely different result. It had to be said that this demonified vine was arranged by heaven for Yang Chen to be subdued. How much life essence of countless earth immortals and beasts close to earth immortals was added up, Yang Chen didn't know and couldn't calculate it. Putting everything else aside, just the ultimate demonified vine's plan for its descendants had taken a few months to absorb. Perhaps the demonic vine ultimate demonification had another purpose, which was to strengthen its descendants while also eliminating the competitors around it. The instinct of living things would subconsciously make a choice. The escape point of the devil chi created the strongest strength of the ultimate demonified vine, but also created countless competitors who were eyeing it. The other beasts were contaminated by the devil chi, leaving only the instinct of survival and reproduction, but also the desire to compete for the best resources. If he didn't kill all the surrounding beasts, it would be impossible for the young 9 nether flying sword, which had received the attention of his own life essence, to resist the joint strangulation of the other beasts. The ultimate demonified vine, at the last moment of its life, still instinctively cleared the surroundings. The devilish bead beside Yang Chen was already more than a dozen feet in diameter, it was completely a huge devilish ball. No matter how it was called a devilish bead, it couldn't change the size of the huge ball. How many years of cultivation could be improved by swallowing this devilish bead? Yang Chen couldn't calculate it. Perhaps, if he didn't consider the improvement of the state of mind, this devilish bead could directly improve people from the qi refining stage to the earth immortal level. However, Yang Chen was very skeptical about what kind of person could swallow such a big devilish bead. Perhaps only those gigantic demonic beasts would be able to do it. No other cultivator would be able to do it. What would such a devilish bead be used for? Yang Chen hadn't thought about it for the time being. Perhaps in the future, if there was a chance, he could refine all the devilish beads in his hands into elixirs that could improve the cultivation of cultivators. It would be the best choice to prepare for his own sect. Not everyone had the qualifications like Gaou, Gong Sunling, Shishanshan, and Sun Qingxue, and not everyone could be like Yang Chen and Li Cheng, who could completely cultivate to the peak without the help of external objects. When necessary, some elixirs that could improve one's cultivation would become a key help. Yang Chen was not a pedantic person. He could not take the devilish bead himself, nor let his wives take the devilish bead, but that was because they didn't need it. But for some people who were close to him but didn't have outstanding qualifications, he didn't mind using this method to improve their cultivation. If his cultivation was not enough, he would die now, and after taking the devilish bead, his cultivation would increase, and his lifespan would increase, but it would take a long time to eliminate the effects of the devilish bead. Between the two, Yang Chen would not hesitate to choose the latter. The ultimate demonized vine was still constantly filling the life essence, and the devilish bead was getting bigger and bigger, but the speed had slowed down a lot. And Yang Chen also felt the death qi of the ultimate demonized vine through the 9 serenities flying sword. It was a kind of hopeless depression, and it was also the trace of a powerful master slowly walking towards death. Yang Chen didn't know what happened to the ultimate demonized vine before he arrived, but he couldn't help but say that no matter what happened, this demonized vine really died a good death. It died a good death, it died a croaking death, and it died at the right time. Everything seemed to be deliberately arranged by the heavens, completely to serve Yang Chen's goal. It was not an exaggeration to say that this series of changes came true. Finally, after persisting for a few more months, the ultimate demonized vine finally killed the beasts within hundreds of miles, absorbed all their life essence, and injected all of it into the body of the 9 serenities flying sword. As for the demonified vine itself, it finally became a dead thing. Chapter 1099. As soon as the aura of the ultimate demonized vine dissipated, Yang Chen, who had been waiting for a few months, could finally start his plan. The most important task at the moment was, of course, to collect the powerful 9th water black liquid. In the beginning, Yang Chen refined a few large jade bottles, wanting to contain the black liquid, but as soon as the black liquid was poured in, the jade bottles made a hissing sound of corrosion, and soon they became riddled with holes. Using an empty medicine garden space, he sent the surrounding soil together with the black liquid, but it only lasted for a few days. The entire medicine garden space was destroyed. It could not resist the strong corrosion of the black liquid. In desperation, Yang Chen had to first use the live soil flying sword to form a large ball, wrapped all the black liquid, and sent it into the merit ring. Now the only thing that could resist the corrosion of the black liquid seemed to be the live soil flying sword. As for refining the 9th water flying sword, he could only wait until he thought of a way in the future. The most important thing at the moment was not to refine the 9th water flying sword, but to refine the spatial connection point. As soon as the ultimate demonized vine died, the spatial connection point that Yang Chen could not find was easily located by Yang Chen. It was not far from the current location of Yang Chen, it was just deeper underground. Naturally, Yang Chen would not give up the good things on the ultimate demonized vine. Regardless of anything else, he first put the entire body of the ultimate demonized vine into a blank Chenkuan bag, and together with the huge devilish bead, they were wrapped by the 9 serenities flying sword and put into the Chenkuan bag. The demonic qi on it was so rich that it was almost substantial. He could only wait to purify it in the future. The urgent task now was to refine the spatial connection point first, while there were no beasts in the surrounding hundreds of miles. Everything around him was discovered after Yang Chen collected the body of the ultimate demonized vine. He was shocked on the spot, and quickly guessed what had happened. This was a rare opportunity. If Yang Chen did not hurry, the beasts that were further away would notice the situation here. Once they rushed over to take over the territory, even 100 young Chen would not be enough to kill them. Even if it was 1,000 miles away, the weakest of the beasts was still a grade 9 human immortal. It was more than enough to kill young Chen instantly. After confirming the location of the spatial connection point, young Chen used Earth Escape and appeared next to the spatial connection point. This spatial connection point was about a foot in radius. Just by standing beside it, one could feel the spatial fluctuations. Liquid-like devil chi was emitting from the connection point. In just a short while, it had completely infected the surrounding land. When the demonified ultimate vine was present, all the demonic energy was first absorbed by the demonified vine before being released. Now that the barrier was gone, the demonic energy was released even faster. Moreover, with this degree of demonic energy, even young Chen had a burst of emotional impulses, almost unable to control himself. Under vigilance, young Chen had to take out all the demonic beads, including the largest demonic bead that had just been put into the tranquil bag, and distributed them around the spatial connection point. At the same time, several nested array flags that had been prepared were also placed around by young Chen. They were refined by young Chen before he set off. They were the array that he had obtained from those old demons. After adding a few reinforcement effects, they were used to temporarily shield the demonic energy. Immediately, young Chen saw the effect. The demonic beads that had been purified by young Chen instantly turned black, and then began to actively absorb the demonic energy. With the largest bead on top, the demonic energy still could not be released immediately. The array also played a full role. It quickly absorbed the demonic energy and gathered most of the demonic energy between the array flags. For the time being, it looked like the scene before the ultimate demonized vine died. Presumably, this situation could be concealed for a while, but it was absolutely impossible to conceal it forever. Young Chen knew that time was precious. He resisted the discomfort of the demonic energy invasion, and launched the refining cultivation method that young Chen called the Broken Universe Cultivation Method, and began to race against time to refine. The size of this spatial connection point was much smaller than the entrance to the immortal beheading platform. Moreover, there was no need to refine it in the dream reversal great technique, so it was much easier than refining the entrance to the immortal beheading platform. It was just that because of the interference of the demonic energy, young Chen's refining process was a little bumpy and very unsmooth. Fortunately, what young Chen needed was only the initial refining. As long as he could establish a connection with this spatial connection point at any time and anywhere in the future, he could refine it at any time. No matter how bumpy the process was, after 4 months, young Chen still struggled to complete this step. Although the devilish bead absorbed and filtered most of the demonic energy, there was still more demonic energy that escaped out. The situation here must have aroused the suspicion of those beasts in the periphery. However, based on survival instincts and fear of the strong, those beasts did not dare to enter the central area. It was just that the situation was already on the verge of breaking out, and it was extremely dangerous. Once the initial refining was completed, young Chen no longer had any worries. He quickly put all the devilish beads into the Qianquan bag. He didn't even bother to check if there were any changes in them. He directly summoned the shuttle, and then wrapped it with the 9 nether flying sword and quickly rushed in the direction from which he came. Young Chen did not put away the array flags. He still hoped that they could hold on for a little more time and give young Chen a little more chance to escape. However, without the absorption of the devilish bead, the demonic energy was too overflowing. In less than half an incense stick of time, the array flags could no longer support it and exploded. Almost at the moment when the array flags exploded, the demonic energy gushed out and was hundreds of times stronger. This was simply the explosion of the demonic energy. As soon as the array flags were broken, the demonic energy spread out at a speed that made people stunned. The array flags bought a little bit of time for young Chen. Young Chen's shuttle was just a little bit faster. Just after rushing thousands of miles away, the demonic energy swept over at high speed and quickly surpassed young Chen. The remaining beasts in the innermost circle had long noticed the abnormality of the demonic energy, but there had never been such a drastic change as today. The explosion of the demonic energy was like a signal. Those beasts no longer cared about their reproduction. All of them roared and rushed to the center of the demonic energy. All the beasts began to run madly towards the central area. No matter what was in the way, they were all crushed in the most barbaric way. Some of the demonic beasts that had just grown up were rushing outwards. When they encountered these beasts, they were all smashed into a pile of meat sauce. Yang Chen's shuttle also did not care about being exposed. It flew directly in the sky. Under the slightly thin demonic energy, no beasts would look at Yang Chen. Everyone rushed to the center, so that Yang Chen was lucky to escape. Chapter 1100. The temptation of the devil Qi was really not a trivial matter. Yang Chen saw along the way that all the beasts were as excited as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. They didn't even care about the reproduction plan and ran wildly toward the center. Several kinds of flying demon beasts had already taken the lead and rushed to the forefront. Yang Chen doesn't care what these beasts will do after they rush to the central area. What he has to do now is to escape from this deadly area, and then take his 4 wives and leave the demon continent as fast as possible. This large group of breeding beasts might even start a fierce battle. In the end, it would decide which of the strongest fellows would be guarding the center. Then, all the breeding beasts would be allocated their living areas according to their strength. It must be known that the closer to the center, the stronger the devil Qi. For these beasts, it also means a better living environment and more devil Qi resources, and it also means that they can reproduce more powerful offspring. This battle will definitely last for a long time, enough for him to take his 4 wives away. Speaking of which, the initial refining of the space connection point was successful, and he could refine it anytime and anywhere in the future. Leaving the demon continent was the right way. Now these beasts are fighting and snatching. No one knows that one day after Yang Chen refines the space, they will not get a trace of devil Qi, and all of it will be owned by Yang Chen alone. Speaking of it, Yang Chen's trip to the center was a fruitful harvest that he didn't even expect. Not to mention anything else, just the huge devilish bead was enough to cause a frenzy in the Dao sects. There was no time to organize everything. Safety first. Yang Chen drove the shuttle and added a shield of the sea-pouring jasper cup outside, and quickly rushed out of the area densely populated with beasts. Fortunately, all the beasts' attention was on the devil Qi, so Yang Chen was able to rush out without being affected. Yang Chen was gone for several years, and the women were actually a little anxious. In the most central gathering point, they could only cultivate while waiting patiently, and finally waited for Yang Chen's return. "Let's go." As soon as Yang Chen saw them, he didn't say a word. With just one word, he took the 4 women and left without hesitation. He didn't even have time to explain what had happened. The 4 women could see the seriousness of the situation from Yang Chen's face, so they got up and left without hesitation. This was one of the advantages of being a cultivator. Almost all of their belongings could be carried with them. There was no need to pack them up and they could just turn around and leave. "Everyone, there will be a big change in this place in the near future. Leave if you can." Just as he was about to leave with the 4 women, Yang Chen saw some cultivators who were still doing business or resting in the gathering point. Regardless of the identity or stance of these cultivators, Yang Chen felt the need to remind them. This sentence was said without any head or tail, causing everyone to be puzzled. But Yang Chen didn't give those people a chance to explain. He directly drove the shuttle and flew quickly to the outermost periphery. When he arrived at the gathering point, there were no demonized monsters that could threaten Yang Chen, so he could use his flying magic weapon without worry. Yang Chen left completely happy, but it made a group of masters who were resting in the gathering point feel inexplicable. Those who were doing business were fine. They had seen Yang Chen before and knew the identity of Yang Chen. Most of the others didn't know Yang Chen. They came here to rest. Secondly, they heard that Grandmaster Yang would stay here, so they came to find Grandmaster Yang to purify the devilish bead. The cultivators who knew Yang Chen immediately realized that something big had happened. They immediately packed up their things and left without any hesitation. This action immediately caused the others to be somewhat at a loss. A master grabbed a store owner who was about to leave, frowned and asked what the hell happened. "Why do you want to leave?" "I don't know what happened, but Grandmaster Yang said to leave immediately, then leave immediately." The store owner didn't want to stay for a moment. He directly dropped this sentence, then broke away from the man's arm and left in a hurry. Grandmaster Young? Which Grandmaster Young? The store owner's words also made several people around him frown and asked, Which Grandmaster Young? You came here for who? A store owner who followed behind smiled bitterly and did not hesitate to take out his flying sword and quickly left, leaving a large group of masters who had not yet fully reacted. Alchemist Grandmaster Young. Most people heard the words of Grandmaster Young and suddenly became serious. Everyone looked at each other for a long time, then it seemed that they suddenly reacted and quickly got up and left, no longer caring about anything else. Even the alchemist Grandmaster Young said that he wanted to leave, and the store owners did not hesitate to leave the industry. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? Those who could come here were definitely masters, and they were all smart masters who had experienced for many years. None of them were fools. It was a matter of life and death, it was better to believe it than not. Let's go. In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the gathering place immediately became clean, and no one stayed. Husband, what happened? After Yang Chen found the right direction and set up the flying shuttle, he sat down in the flying shuttle. Gao Yu stood behind Yang Chen and then gently massaged Yang Chen. Gao Yu asked, and the other three women did not stay idle. Shanshan quickly brewed a pot of tea for Yang Chen, then poured a cup and sent it to Yang Chen's hands. Sun Qingxue had already taken advantage of Yang Chen's embrace, waiting for his answer. I've removed the center of the demonic qi. Yang Chen had nothing to hide from his wife. It may cause a big change, so it's better to leave early. Without the beasts in the core of a few hundred miles, it was true that the rest of the beasts would be reshuffled, but because the species was reduced by a lot, and there was no strong guy like the ultimate demonized vine that could suppress the demonic qi, the remaining beasts could definitely get more demonic qi. In a short period of time, all the beasts would have a skyrocketing strength. The consequence of the skyrocketing strength of the beasts was that the strength of the demonic beasts they bred would also skyrocket. Others might not know, but Yang Chen was the most clear about how rich the demonic qi was from the overflowing point of the demonic qi. I am afraid that the demonic beasts near the core gathering point could increase at least 2 small realms. That also meant that the demonic beasts that were originally only at the late darching stage and peak darching stage would have the cultivation base of the human immortal 1st grade or 2nd grade. If they stayed there to practice, it would be a direct death. Not everyone has the strength beyond the grade like Yang Chen and Li Cheng. Chapter 1101. He told those cultivators that Yang Chen was only helping them out of morality. As for whether they would listen to him or not, that was their business. Yang Chen had no idea how influential his fiend refiner Master Yang was. Not a single cultivator was left at the gathering point. Hearing that Yang Chen had actually missed the central point, the 4 women were a little shocked. They did not have the strength to enter the core area, and even in that area, they had no choice but to join forces to protect themselves and train together. Their husband had actually reached such a level without batting an eyelid. While they were happy, they also felt that their husband was getting further and further away from them. Don't belittle yourself. Of course, Yang Chen could understand what his 4 wives were thinking. Not to mention the others, Shanshan's thoughts were practically written on her face. How could he not see it? I was extremely lucky on this trip, otherwise I would have died long ago. Yang Chen sighed and began to narrate his experience. Hearing about the beasts above grade 7 human immortal and grade 2 earth immortal ultimate demonized demonic vine, the women could not help but exclaim. When they thought about how their husband was in so many places where he could be killed at any time, and how he courageously walked thousands of miles to reach the center, they could not help but be alarmed. The matter was already over, but it was still so shocking. One could imagine how Yang Chen felt at that time. No wonder Yang Chen fled in panic as soon as he came out. If it were them, they would definitely behave the same way. When they heard that their husband was treated as a junior by the ultimate demonized demonic vine because of the 9 nether flying sword, and that he was almost absorbed to heal his injuries, they all felt a lingering fear. As for the terrifying black liquid, the ultimate demonized demonic vine happened to be on the verge of death at that time. It was extremely shocking. No wonder her husband said that he was extremely lucky. It really was so. There were so many coincidences. If he did not catch up with any of them, Yang Chen would have died. It was already a great fortune for him to be able to come back in one piece. I will never take such a risk again. After listening to Yang Chen's narration, when everyone was frightened, Gao Yu also once again took out the face of a long-lost master, and severely reprimanded Yang Chen. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for us sisters. If something happens to you, how will we sisters live? This time, the 4 wives all stood on the opposite side of Yang Chen, and all of them complained about Yang Chen. It wasn't until Yang Chen repeatedly promised that he would never take such risks in the future that the women finally gave up. Despite the 4 women's behavior, Yang Chen's heart was filled with sweetness. Was there anything more blissful than his own wife caring for him? Yang Chen didn't stop along the way and drove the shuttle to the edge of the demon continent at full speed. This trip has fully achieved the purpose of the experience, and after a few decades, it was time to return to the sect. The shuttle was as fast as the wind, and it wasn't until half of the demon continent that Yang Chen was finally relieved. At least here, for the time being, there would be no danger. The mood of the family eased down, and the 4 women began to exchange experiences with Yang Chen, various battle summaries. Yang Chen also taught his own experience, and everyone benefited a lot. Because of Li Cheng's guidance, everyone has been polishing their spiritual power during this period of time, making their spiritual power more and more pure. In terms of pure spiritual power cultivation base, there has not been much growth, and it still remains at the level of the middle Yuanying stage. But in terms of real combat ability, the 4 women could even deal with a demonic monster in the early Daching stage alone. As for Yang Chen, he couldn't be guessed with common sense. Anyway, in the mortal world, except for some old monsters of the big sect, no one could be his opponent. The 9 secluded flying sword and those demonic beads were too late to deal with before, and Yang Chen was afraid that if he dealt with them in the demon continent, it would cause any unnecessary trouble, so he temporarily sealed them in the Chenkuan bag and waited until he left the demon continent before purifying them. After a few months of traveling, they finally came to the edge of the demon continent. It was still the same entrance, but now it has become the exit for Yang Chen and others to leave. If you want to leave, you must make a heart oath to be allowed by the formation. Not to mention that Yang Chen and others were only at the Yuanying stage. Even those masters who had transcended tribulation and ascended must make a heart oath before ascending, never to disclose the true situation of the demon continent, otherwise they would only be let go by the formation. Otherwise, it would only trigger the attack of the formation. Yang Chen and others had long known this rule. After everyone made a heart oath, they were able to come to another place from a sudden opening in the formation. This was a rest place for all those who wanted to leave to wait for the exit to open. Basically, the rules here were the same as the gathering point. Those who wanted to leave also knew that the demon continent was a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. No one would set up a powerful enemy for themselves when they wanted to leave safely, so it was relatively quiet here. Big brother? To Yang Chen's surprise, Yang Chen saw Li Cheng's figure again here. This is really fate. Li Cheng was also at this rest point, waiting for the exit to be released. In terms of time, it was actually the same as Yang Chen and others. When they came in, they were together, but they never made an agreement, but even when they left, they were also together. It had to be said that it was really fate. You guys are leaving too? Li Cheng also didn't expect to meet Yang Chen's family here. After greeting his 4 sisters-in-law, he couldn't help but sigh. It really is fate. It seems that you and I really have the fate of brothers. Acquaintances were happy to meet each other, and everyone had another exchange of greetings. Li Cheng also felt that he had achieved the purpose of the experience after practicing near the central area, so he left. From this point of view, Yang Chen and Li Cheng's views were the same. It was not necessary to be able to deal with the most powerful demonized monster to achieve the goal. As long as they could hone their combat skills, be able to find a way to deal with the heart demon, and be able to resist high-intensity battles, these were enough. As for dealing with the enemy, when the cultivation base was high, they would naturally be able to do it when the time was right. What's more, with everyone's qualifications, there was no need to waste time here to fight for more opportunities for themselves. When everyone was almost done talking, Yang Chen suddenly remembered that his sworn brother should be a master of refining. Not to look at him guiding Gong Sunling to temper the mountain river geographical map, it would only take a few hundred years. Such a master of refining might know how to refine those powerful black liquids. Yang Chen's ninth water flying sword might also have the possibility of refining it. Chapter 1102. There is a question I want to ask, Big Brother. Yang Chen thought of it and acted immediately and asked, "Oh, what's the problem?" Li Cheng didn't care and asked very casually, "I recently found a kind of ninth water material and I want to refine it into a ninth water flying sword, but this material is a bit special and I don't know how to refine it." Yang Chen sincerely asked for advice. Although Yang Chen was also a good refiner in his previous life, compared with a real refiner expert, he was still a lot worse. Moreover, the magic weapons that he refined himself were limited to the fire attribute. For other attributes, he saw a lot and heard a lot, but he rarely used them. It was already a great achievement to be able to get the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword to this point by chance. But when he really encountered a material that he was not familiar with and he didn't know the refining method, Yang Chen was still at a loss. There were only a few people in the resting place. In addition to Yang Chen's family and Li Cheng, there were 2 Darching stage masters in another corner. Li Cheng didn't worry that someone would hear him and asked curiously, "What kind of good material? Even you don't know the refining method?" Li Cheng has also seen Yang Chen's means, especially his yin and yang 5 elements cultivation, and he also refined the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword, which was enough to make him look at Yang Chen with new eyes. But now that he heard that there was a material that Yang Chen couldn't handle, he immediately became interested. Yang Chen's mind moved and a drop of black liquid seeped out of the gap of the live soil flying sword, and then a Bai also stretched out a thin green vine from the medicine garden, a leaf opened, holding the drop of black liquid, and spread it in Yang Chen's hand. Carefully holding this drop of black liquid, Yang Chen reached out in the direction of Li Cheng. Li Cheng's face also became serious. He stood up, carefully looked at the drop of black liquid, and then frowned. After carefully observing for a while, Li Cheng suddenly clenched his teeth, extended a finger, and gently touched the black liquid. Yang Chen watched all this happen but did not stop it. He just quietly waited for Li Cheng to analyze the results. Yang Chen knew that with Li Cheng's cultivation, there would be no danger if he touched it with just a little finger, but he still carefully prepared and planned to use the blue jade blood phantom vine to remove the poison for Li Cheng. Hiss! After Li Cheng came into contact with the black liquid, he let out a gasp of cold air. After a while, he twisted his fingers and dissolved the black liquid without leaving a trace. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Using this thing to refine the flying sword, you are really vicious. Whoever dares to be your enemy must have the bad luck of 8 lifetimes." Li Cheng's unceremonious scolding had fully demonstrated the horror of the black liquid. Several of Yang Chen's wives were watching from the side. Although Yang Chen had talked about the black liquid, he had never let them see the real thing, for fear of hurting the women. Now, they finally had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes. Although they didn't know the power of the black liquid, even Li Cheng said so, it showed how afraid this black liquid was. The women listened to Li Cheng's scolding, and they were a little sad. Even if they didn't use this black liquid, it was not a happy thing to become the enemy of Yang Chen. The material is good, the best of the best. After Li Cheng scolded, he still made a very objective evaluation. However, what material are you going to use to make the sword hilt? Presumably, with your habit, you still like to hold the flying sword in your hand to fight, right? As soon as Li Cheng's voice fell, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came in from the other side. "What top-level material can be so good? Can you let me see it?" There was a lot of discussion in his words, but there was no meaning of discussion in his tone. Instead, there was a kind of arrogance, as if Yang Chen must do it according to his words. The speaker was one of the 2 masters of the Darching stage who were resting in another corner. Of the 2 masters, one was in the early Darching stage and the other was in the middle Darching stage. The one who spoke was in the early Darching stage. However, the master in the middle Darching stage was also looking at them with cold eyes, but there was a threat in his eyes. The bad habit of the people who cultivated in the demon continent was to bully the weak and fear the strong, to seize things by force, There was no so-called morality. Everyone was excited because the bigger fist was the truth, so it was common to do this kind of thing at this time. Kid, before leaving the demon continent, I will teach you a lesson. The middle-aged man in the early darching stage grinned and said, don't show your wealth, don't show your treasure in public, you will die miserably. Today you met us, you are lucky, the two of us are still reasonable, just take a look, isn't it too much? The four women all changed their faces for a while. Although they were all in the middle yuanying stage, the masters of the darching stage that they had killed were not one or two. How could they tolerate the two guys in the early and middle darching stage here? At the moment, they wanted to teach the two guys a lesson. Don't be so impulsive, it's forbidden to fight here. Yang Chen just understated and let the four women obediently throw away their temper. You are really lucky to have such a good wife to help you. Li Cheng didn't care about what happened at all and only praised the women. He wants my things, I give it to him, it's not a fight, right? Yang Chen suddenly asked as if he was talking to himself. It's not. Li Cheng shook his head immediately and replied with certainty, if you don't believe me, you can ask them, is this a fight? Of course not. How can this be counted as a fight? Listening to Yang Chen, the faces of the two masters of the darching stage were full of smiles. The master of the early darching stage immediately replied. After that, he still had a grin on his face. You are a good person. I will let you live. That's good. Since you want to see it, then let's see it. Yang Chen didn't raise his head, his palm flicked, and the drop of black liquid flew to the master of the middle darching stage. Li Cheng just stretched out his finger and touched a little bit. There was still some left, enough for the two guys to look carefully. Seeing the black liquid close to the body, the master of the middle darching stage casually reached out and took it. Just now, Yang Chen also reached out and took it out like this, and Li Cheng also reached out and touched it. The two juniors of the yuanying stage were so relaxed. If it was replaced by him, a predecessor of the darching stage, wouldn't it be easier? However, Yang Chen was now so straightforward that he said he would give it, which also made the two people have some errors in judgment. It was so easy to get it, this thing was obviously not a good thing. What could a junior of the yuanying stage say was the best of the best? What could it be? They didn't know how many things they had never seen or heard of. Do they know what was the best? At this time, both of them were a little regretful. They didn't get the good things, they didn't fall into the name of bullying the weak. Although no one would care about this, it was not good to hear. Chapter 1103. The half-drop of black liquid directly hit the hand of the middle darching stage master, and then splashed. However, even if the black water splashed, this drop of black liquid seemed to be very sticky. It did not fly away, but it was still connected to a group. The master of the middle darching stage only felt that his palms were wet, and he planned to take his arm back to his eyes to see. However, when this idea came up, he also began to retract his arm, but the arm in his body has been maintained in a state of outstretched, and did not move. What happened? The cold sweat on the head of the master of the middle darching stage came out. At this time, he found that his arm was just stained with that drop of black liquid, and immediately became paralyzed, no longer listening to the command of his brain. Thinking of the words so vicious that Li Cheng just said, how could he not understand that there was poison in this black liquid, and it was still highly toxic? Just look at the fact that it could make him instantly paralyzed and unable to move. He knew that this toxicity was definitely in the top few of the world's strange poisons. This junior dares to hurt people with poison? The master was shocked and could not help but yell out. After saying this sentence, he planned to rush out and put Yang Chen on the ground with one hand, but suddenly found that he had no feeling below his chest. The master of the early darching stage who first spoke next to him was shocked when he heard his companion say that he hurt people with poison. He didn't want to think about it. The flying sword was unsheathed and quickly slashed toward Yang Chen. However, the flying sword had just been unsheathed and a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the dome above his head. With a click, it hit the forehead of the master of the early darching stage. Why bother? Don't do it here. Yang Chen and Li Cheng both stood in the same place and did not move. Yang Chen even looked at the two guys with a very regretful gaze and tone and shook his head. I'm going to leave soon. What's wrong with you? Do you have to jump into this kind of muddy water? When the voice fell, the master of the early darching stage, who had just exploded, now stopped in front of everyone. His body maintained a rushing posture, but there was no clarity in his eyes before, only a hole of death. That thunder had directly destroyed his whole body. No matter how he thought about it, he had been practicing in the demon continent for hundreds of years, and it was not easy for both of them to get a breakthrough. How could they be so fragile in front of these nascent soul stage juniors? However, the thunderbolts released by the sealing formation were not to be trifled with. This was not the inside of the demon continent. Although the gathering point was not allowed to use force, there was no such powerful guardian to maintain order. Now that everyone was at the edge of the sealing array formation, it was very common to see an additional offensive array formation. It was common, but its power was not common at all. A thunderbolt went down, and the master of the early darching stage who was hit no longer moved. Everyone's spiritual sense was open. Even if they couldn't see his face, they all understood that he was no longer breathing. As for the remaining expert who had only stretched out his hand to catch the black liquid, he was now completely paralyzed and could no longer move. The master's heart was full of regret. He was about to complete the experience and leave this ghost place of the demon continent. How could he not be so proud and want to bully a few Yuanying stage juniors? The result was that the things held by the two younger generation juniors had no hindrance at all, while he and his old partner were paralyzed and one was dead. If they had known this, why did they do it? Would they have listened to their discussion quietly? In the end, it was still greed. As soon as they heard that there were top-level materials in the hands of several juniors, both of them immediately coveted them at the same time. The so-called people die for wealth, it was really not a false statement. The paralyzed master still thought that he must endure the humiliation. After this poison broke out, he would force out the poison, and then he could kill these arrogant kids one by one to vent the hatred in his heart. However, the pain and itch from the palm of his hand plus the hissing sound made the master's mood instantly sink into hell. That black drop of liquid turned out to be highly corrosive. Just in front of the middle darching stage master, his palm began to turn into black pus from the point of contact with the black liquid, and then the whole palm, arm, wrist, arm, the connected flesh and blood began to be deeply corroded one after another, revealing the white bones. Watching his own flesh and blood turn into white bones, those who were not in the game could not feel that kind of fear. Even if this master has been a master who has been in the demon continent for many years, he did not know how many times he has seen all kinds of killing scenes, but when it really happened to him, he found out how fragile his self-righteous strength was after his experience. At this time, the master finally understood what Li Cheng meant when he scolded Yang Chen for being vicious. It was really not wrong at all, it was really vicious. However, at this point, the master could only watch helplessly, unable to make any changes, and even unable to open his mouth to beg for mercy. He could only watch the flesh and blood on his arm disappear little by little with fear in his eyes, and then began to disappear from his shoulders and chest. Yang Chen, Li Cheng, and Yang Chen's 4 wives, none of them had the intention to save him, they all watched quietly. Such a terrifying corrosiveness made the 4 women finally understand why Li Cheng just asked Yang Chen what he was going to use to make the sword hilt. Could anyone really hold the flying sword made of such a thing with their hands? It's really powerful. Li Cheng withdrew his gaze from the master, frowned and began to think, I have never seen such a thing before, I have to think about it carefully. There will be no results for a while, you don't have to worry, wait for me to think of a safe way, then start refining. Then thank you big brother in advance. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. If Li Cheng came up with a refining method on the spot, that would be terrifying. On the contrary, this was very natural. Anyway, he still needed a lot of time to refine the 2 space points of the immortal beheading stage entrance and the devil chi exit, so he couldn't care too much for the time being. When I think of a way, I will send it to your sect, it will not delay your business. Li Cheng nodded and gave Yang Chen a small promise. At this point, everyone no longer talked about everything about the black liquid, and talked to each other about some interesting things that happened inside the demon continent, slowly waiting for the exit to open. This time the wait was not long, only after 7 days, the exit was opened. Everyone filed out and finally broke away from the seal of the demon continent. See you later. Yang Chen and Li Cheng cupped their fists and said goodbye to each other. Li Cheng took a step first and disappeared in the opposite direction of Yang Chen's family in front of Yang Chen. Come on, let's go home. Leaving the demon continent, Yang Chen's spirit was also uplifted. Looking at his 4 beautiful wives, he waved his hand in high spirits, and the shuttle flew through the air. Chapter 1104. When they reached the sea, it was really safe now. That ceiling formation, at least in his previous life, had no problem for a long time after Yang Chen ascended, and there would be no big trouble now. As long as Yang Chen could refine the space connection point where the demonic energy overflowed, there would be no more worries. The shuttle directly drilled into the bottom of the sea, and Yang Chen's heart, which was a little uneasy along the way, was completely relieved. To be honest, there were some things that even Yang Chen would feel scared about. If there were not so many coincidences this time, Yang Chen himself would be lost on the demon continent, which was really not worth the loss. In the future, such dangerous things should be avoided as much as possible. However, the benefits were by no means absent. Not to mention the things he got, the experience of cultivation alone was enough to make Yang Chen very satisfied, not to mention this kind of situation that he could not control the memory of his previous life, which was of great benefit to Yang Chen's experience in dealing with emergencies. Counting with his fingers, it was exactly 50 years from the year he entered the demon continent to the present departure. Not more and not less, it was exactly the same as Yang Chen's estimation back then. 50 years of experience in the demon continent was also a rare opportunity for the 4 women. In his previous life, they had not experienced in the demon continent, and after ascending, they still became the powerful and unparalleled cold plum fairy and dancing snow fairy. With this experience in this life, the growth of the 4 women was even more immeasurable. Not to mention anything else, at least it saved hundreds of years of time to correct the mistakes of cultivation, and they would only be more outstanding in the future. The killing of the demon continent had almost stained the hands of the 4 women with no less than tens of thousands of lives. Although the killing intent on their bodies could not be compared with that of Yang Chen, it was enough to make the average cultivator fearful. In addition, Yang Chen's deliberate cultivation of the emotional heart demon made the Tao heart of the 4 women more resolute. It couldn't be said to be perfect, but at least there were ways to deal with any heart demon they encountered. All in all, Yang Chen's family could be said to have returned from a rewarding journey. This was especially true for Yang Chen. Needless to say, he had dozens of demonic beads that surpassed the 1st grade. Even the smallest bead had grown to the size of a washbasin due to absorbing demonic qi. The others had grown to varying degrees. Speaking of which, these demonic beads had now become black demonic beads with demonic qi, and they still needed to be thoroughly purified by Yang Chen before they could be used. There wasn't much to do on the sea, and the 4 women no longer had any thoughts of killing sea beasts. After killing so many powerful demonized monsters in the demon continent, it seemed much easier to deal with these sea beasts in turn. This time, they had left for good and did not plan on coming back again. Therefore, the 4 women could confidently go into seclusion in their husband's flying shuttle. On the one hand, he maintained his cultivation, on the other hand, he thoroughly summarized his experience in the demon continent. There was no such opportunity on the demon continent. Even if fighting was not allowed in the gathering point, but people's hearts were unpredictable, who knew what would happen? Only by their husband's side could the 4 women have such a completely relaxed mood. Yang Chen himself was planning to start purifying the demonic beads that had been contaminated by the demonic qi again. At least before returning to the Tao sect, Yang Chen had to purify the demonic qi on these demonic beads, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use them at all. In addition, the body of the ultimate demonized demonic vine also needed to be dealt with. At least the demonic qi had to be purified first, and the black liquid could not be exposed to the light for the time being. Only after the treatment could it be taken out. The body of the ultimate demonized demonic vine was naturally unreasonably strong. Yang Chen initially planned to take half of it for himself to strengthen his blood phantom vine flying sword, and the other half would be given to a bai in the medicine garden to fuse with the new blue jade blood phantom vine. If there were no other changes, this would be the arrangement. He believed that after swallowing and absorbing the body of this ultimate demonized demonic vine, The strength of the blue jade blood phantom vine would rise several levels, and there would be no need to worry about anything that could easily hurt it. Although Sun Qingxue was also of the wood attribute, her flying sword had been finalized, it was of the first wood attribute, so this second wood attribute demonized demonic vine body was useless for the flying sword. Not everyone was like Yang Chen, all the acquired spirit roots were full value. It had to be said that these things alone were enough for Yang Chen to be busy. But when Yang Chen began to use the power of the nine nether flying sword to purify the demonic qi on the demonic bead, he discovered that his plan still couldn't keep up with the changes. At that time, when refining the demonic qi space point, he didn't notice that the demonic qi attached to the nine nether flying sword had exceeded the strength of the demonized demonic vine before planting the beast. Basically, as long as it was swept by the nine nether flying sword, even if it was Yang Chen, he would have to forcibly suppress the outburst of emotions. If he wanted to continue to increase the intensity of the demonic qi, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base would have to be improved to continue, otherwise even Yang Chen would not be able to use it freely. The nine nether flying sword was already unprecedentedly powerful, even Yang Chen did not dare to use its full power easily. If he wanted to absorb and purify the demonic qi, he would have to use the nine nether flying sword. It was not that the nine nether flying sword could no longer accommodate more demonic qi, it was that even Yang Chen himself could not suppress the demonic qi. Therefore, the matter of purifying the demonic qi was directly abandoned before it had even started. Naturally, the purification of the body of the ultimate demonized demonic vine also became a bubble. Everything related to the demonic qi could not be seen, at least before the purification, Yang Chen could not use it. It was powerful, but if it was eliminated as a demon, it would not be worth the loss. Therefore, Yang Chen could only use this time to refine and absorb the thousands of demonic fire seeds obtained on the demon continent one by one. With the speed of the shuttle, coupled with the assistance of the water-dividing wings, it would take at least 10 years to return to the Dao sect. This period of time was enough for Yang Chen to absorb and integrate all the fire seeds below the 5th grade. There were still a lot of ancient books in his hands, obtained from various channels, most of which Yang Chen had not had time to study carefully. Since Yang Chen was still under the guise of reading a lot of books, naturally he also needed to roughly scan it, adding some knowledge that he could not understand in his previous life's memory. Most importantly, Yang Chen had not touched the pill scriptures and the notes of the predecessors that he obtained from the Taishanmen. Those were good things and were definitely worth savoring. On the shuttle, the 4 women were in retreat, and Yang Chen was alone, studying the jade slips while absorbing and fusing the demonic fire seeds. 10 years of time seemed to be just a while for the 4 women in retreat. And Yang Chen also completely absorbed and integrated all the fire seeds below the 5th grade, and read no less than tens of thousands of ancient books. Finally, the shuttle entered the Dao sect's territory after more than 60 years. Chapter 1105. There was another month or 2 ahead to the Green Jade Immortal Island. The 4 women finally came out of seclusion one after another. In this retreat, all 4 women had gained a lot. They didn't dare to say anything else, but their mental cultivation base had been greatly improved, and even their spiritual power cultivation base had increased slightly. Seeing that they had returned to the Dao sects, everyone was full of interest, and they all had a feeling of returning to their hometown. "Husband, is it appropriate for us to go back like this?" Perhaps it was because of the homesickness, even Shashanshan, who had never taken things outside of cultivation to heart, thought more and asked Yang Chen. "Why is it inappropriate?" Sun Qingxue didn't worry about him and asked, very puzzled. Jiao Yu and Gong Sunling were also a little puzzled, and they all looked at Shashanshan. "Ari." Shashanshan sighed slightly, turned to Sun Qingxue, and asked in a low voice, "If a stranger suddenly rushed at you now, what would you do?" "Kill him with a sword." Sun Qingxue replied without hesitation, "Aren't we always like this on the demon continent?" After she answered, Sun Qingxue immediately noticed that something was wrong. On the demon continent, as long as it was not one's own people, it was an enemy, there was no need to talk about any reason at all, just kill. Their original intention was to go to killing experience, so it didn't matter how fierce they were. But now that they were back in the Dao sects, if they dealt with it in the same way, it would be a big trouble. Killing people at will, That was what the bloodthirsty devils would do. Even if it was to eliminate the devils and defend the Tao, they must verify the identity, know the evil deeds of the other party, and not do things that would not be taught. The problem was that after 50 years of experience in the demon continent, they had become accustomed to the kind of tense situation where they would make a move as soon as something was wrong. Suddenly returning to the relatively normal world of the Tao sects, no one could guarantee that they could hold back from making a move easily. Speaking of which, this was a kind of war syndrome similar to that of most soldiers who had been on the battlefield. It was just that after the experience in the demon continent, the symptoms would be thousands of times stronger than ordinary war syndrome. The slightest movement would lead to the habitual destructive blow of the women. All of a sudden, all of the women felt quite dejected as they thought of this problem. If this problem was not solved, they would not have a foothold in Tao sect. I don't know how those who have left the demon continent after the experience deal with this kind of thing. Most of the masters who have experienced the experience of the demon continent will find themselves unable to adapt to ordinary life after returning to their original place. Yang Chen was about to talk to the girls about this problem, but Shishanshan asked first, so he began to answer. How did they overcome it? Sun Qingxue asked anxiously. She didn't think too much, but she felt that her husband must have a good idea. A small number of people would immediately go into seclusion for a long time after returning. They would spend at least 100 years or even longer to nurture their emotions, replied Yang Chen with a smile. Spending hundreds of years in seclusion to recuperate was a cruel thing to do to the four women. Sun Qingxue felt bored just thinking about it. Speaking of which, the four women weren't crazy about seclusion, so naturally, they weren't used to this method. What about most people? Listening to Yang Chen saying that only a small number of people did this, Sun Qingxue immediately became spirited and waited expectantly for Yang Chen's answer. Most people choose to return to the demon continent and continue to practice until they die or transcend their tribulation. Yang Chen said calmly. These were all facts, at least the masters they met at the most central gathering points, almost all of them had such experiences. It's just that the four women didn't think much about it at the time and didn't pay attention to it. Yang Chen knew all about it. Ah! Sun Qingxue, who was looking forward to waiting for Yang Chen to say a good idea, couldn't help crying out with regret when she heard that it turned out to be like this. If she had been practicing on the demon continent until she transcended her tribulation, it would be a cruel torture for her and the girls. Don't tease little Xue, what can you do? Gao, you couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help complaining. Sun Qingxue just remembered that when Yang Chen answered the question, he had always been unhurried and confident. Thinking of her gaffe, she was a little reluctant and threw herself into Yang Chen's arms and complained for a long time. Then she asked Yang Chen to say it quickly. Among the four women, only Sun Qingxue would act coquettishly around Yang Chen. The other three women were all older than Yang Chen, and in terms of identity, one was a master and one was a senior sister, and Shishanshan was also about the same generation as Gaou, so they couldn't do such a thing. Many times, Yang Chen doted on Sun Qingxue very much. Not only Yang Chen, but also the other three women. Seeing Sun Qingxue acting coquettishly, the three women all looked at her with a smile, but did not speak or urge. Until Sun Qingxue acted coquettishly and asked Yang Chen to say it quickly, Yang Chen smiled and said, "Your husband naturally has a way, there is no need to retreat, and there is no need to go back to the demon continent. As for what the way is..." Speaking of this, Yang Chen lengthened his tone and began to keep them in suspense. Sun Qingxue was the most anxious, and she twisted her delicate body in Yang Chen's arms and acted coquettishly, insisting that Yang Chen say it now. "If I say it now, you may have to tell the elders. At that time, my plan may be affected." Yang Chen was very determined and wouldn't continue to say it, "So, I can't say it. After I take you back to the sect, I will arrange it." This time, the four women were all unwilling, but Yang Chen was determined, but he didn't say it. The four women also seemed to feel something from Yang Chen's attitude. After a while, they no longer continued to ask. "When we come back, we must act together. If there are any mistakes, I can recover in time." Yang Chen told the four women, "After going back to meet the seniors of the sect, we will leave. This trip is estimated to take decades, so the sect should be mentally prepared. Repaying the sect was a trivial matter, but spending decades to recuperate did not seem to be unacceptable, especially if they were with Yang Chen all the time. No one would doubt that Yang Chen couldn't do it. Since the four women and Yang Chen met, Yang Chen had never lied to them. Since Yang Chen said it could be solved, it was naturally solved. What everyone was curious about was how they would be able to achieve this. You know, this habit of killing, if you are not careful, you will take away human lives. With the four women's current strength, there weren't many people who could withstand their joint attack. Chapter 1106. The Green Jade Immortal Island was the first sect to pass by, and Yang Chen's family of 5 naturally had to pay a visit. The reason why they were all together was that Yang Chen was afraid that the women would not be able to control themselves in some situations. This was Shashanshan's sect. Once they made a move, it would be a big trouble. Now the 4 women didn't necessarily have any sense of propriety when they made a move. It couldn't be helped, they were used to fighting in the environment of the demon continent. Yang Chen was around just in case. In addition to the journey back and forth on the sea, Yang Chen's family left the Dao sects to go to the demon continent for more than 70 years this time. As a genius disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Shashanshan has always been paid attention to. Everyone knew that she and Yang Chen went to the demon continent, and the Life Jade tablet was not broken, which also showed that Shashanshan was still alive. However, no one knew the specific situation. The first thing Shashanshan did when she returned to the sect was to meet her master, and then meet the island master and several elders. The genius disciple of their own sect returned successfully from the demon continent, which naturally attracted the attention of the high-level officials. This was not a mediocre disciple with poor qualifications who had to rely on the demon continent to fight for opportunities, but the future pillar of the sect, especially with the 5th-grade alchemist Yang Chen, they had to be received even more grandly. Of course, it was inevitable that the elders of the sect would ask about their experience in the demon continent. Fortunately, the demon continent had organized the official lie, so it was not too difficult for them to deal with it. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. The performance of the Lord Tantai was exactly the same as that of Shashanshan's master. As long as she came back it was a good thing. But there were always people who had different opinions, or they wanted to know the effect of Shashanshan's experience. How is the effect of the experience? Elder Bei Shuangyu asked directly. Of course, as an elder and also the elder of the sect, there was nothing wrong with asking this kind of question. Was it wrong for the elders to care about the younger generation? Reporting to the elder, the effect is very good. Shashanshan replied respectfully. In front of the elders of the sect, even if Shashanshan was cold, her attitude was still very respectful. Shanshan, when you left, your cultivation base was similar to that of your senior sister Li Jiqi. Now your senior sister Li is in the late Yuanying stage, and you have just reached the middle Yuanying stage. The technique imparting Elder Bei Shuangyu pondered for a moment. He still felt that the effect of what he had said was very good. He really couldn't define it accurately. He immediately thought of a solution. Why don't you have a spa and see how big the gap is? The senior martial sister Li Jiqi mentioned by the technique imparting elder was also a disciple with excellent aptitude. This could be seen from the fact that she cultivated from the peak of the early nascent soul stage to the late nascent soul stage in just over 70 years. In terms of cultivation base alone, if Shashanshan's growth was only this, then the experience on the demonic continent doesn't seem to be as amazing as everyone thought. In terms of cultivation base alone, if Shashanshan's growth was only this, then the experience on the demonic continent doesn't seem to be as amazing as everyone thought. The purity of spiritual power has always been valued by cultivators in the spiritual realm. In the mortal world, there are still people who are willing to put in a lot of effort to temper it. However, everyone understood that real power can't be measured by cultivation base. So, let the two of them compare notes, but they can really see the difference between the two of them. The elder of technique imparting elder's suggestion caused everyone's eyes to light up. No. Including Yang Chen's family of 5 almost said this sentence in unison. What a joke. At this time, Shashanshan was still used to killing, and if it was a one-on-one, Shashanshan would not necessarily be defeated by a master of the early Dacheng stage. Let her compete with senior sister Li. If she made a mistake, it would be beyond redemption. How could this be casually agreed to? So Yang Chen and the 4 women all refused in unison. The voices of the 5 people suddenly attracted the attention of everyone in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Everyone didn't know what happened that would make the 5 of them lose their composure. It's not that they have been practicing for a long time, but there is no effect, so they don't dare? Immediately, an elder ridiculed with a strange tone. The female elder with the surname Liu just so happened to be the master of senior martial sister Li that Elder Chuan Gong had mentioned, Liu Ziyin. She was already at the peak Yuanying stage, only 1 step away from entering the Dacheng stage. Shashanshan's qualifications were good, so she was greatly taken care of in the sect. This made many people feel a little unbalanced. One of them was the master of senior sister Li Zhiqi, Elder Liu. In her eyes, her own disciple's qualifications were also outstanding, but slightly worse than Shashanshan, but the treatment was very different. On weekdays, Shashanshan was not pleasing to the eye, she felt that she enjoyed privileges. Today, she encountered such an opportunity, but Shashanshan did not dare to accept the challenge. What did this mean? It meant that Shashanshan was guilty, it meant that she was simply unworthy of her reputation. What demon continent experience, it was clearly pasting gold on her face. Now her cultivation base was not even as good as her own disciple. Did she still have the face to sit here? If it weren't for her husband who was a 5th-grade alchemist master, she would have been reprimanded by the elders. Just in time, Shashanshan's weakness also let the elders see that she was strong in appearance. Today, this opportunity must be seized. Let their own disciples humiliate Shashanshan, let everyone see her true face. Elder Liu Ziwei, who was thinking about this, immediately said the ridiculing words. A few of the elders who were close to her on normal days all laughed in agreement. However, after laughing a few times, they stopped. After all, Yang Chen was still present, and they didn't want to have a bad relationship with Yang Chen. Why not? The skill-imparting Elder Bei Shuangyu felt that this request of hers wasn't too excessive. Judging a disciple's cultivation, be it in terms of identity or seniority, she, as the skill-imparting elder, was qualified, right? This disciple is used to killing in the demon continent. I am afraid that if I accidentally hurt senior sister Li, what should this disciple do then? Shashanshan's character was not so slick. She said what she thought, and it was very natural to say this. Shashanshan didn't say this. Even if the senior members of the Green Jade Immortal Island looked at Yang Chen's face, they would not force Shashanshan, not to mention that Shashanshan had always been the pride of the sect. But now that these words came out of her mouth, Liu Ziyin was instantly infuriated. What did this mean? That was to say that her own disciple was not the opponent of Shashanshan at all, and she was afraid of accidentally hurting her. Is there a mistake? You, Shashanshan, is only in the middle stage of the Yuanying stage, or just entered the middle stage. My disciple is already in the late Yuanying stage. A late Yuanying stage is afraid of hurting you in the hands of a middle Yuanying stage. Whose face are you slapping? Since it works, why don't you let me open my eyes? Elder Liu Ziwei changed her statement and began to force her. Chapter 1107. To be honest, the Lord of Tantai and the other core high-level members also wanted to know the effect of the experience on the demon continent. Especially a genius disciple like Shashanshan, if the effect was really good, they could consider sending a few more in the future. However, Shashanshan's initial refusal disappointed them a little. Especially Yang Chen's family all had such an attitude, which seemed to only show one thing, that was, they didn't think much of her. In other words, the effect of this demon continent experience was not very good. For the high-level members, this was not a big deal. It just proved that a cultivation method was not desirable. It was not a big deal. Anyway, as long as they had a good relationship with Yang Chen, they didn't have to care too much about other things. It was true that Shashanshan was a genius disciple, and she was the hope of the sect, but when necessary, she could be abandoned. What's more, a married daughter was like spilled water. Even the daughter was like this, not to mention the female disciples. The failure of the demon continent experience may have been a mistake. Yang Chen shouldn't have been allowed to take the 4 girls to mess around in the first place. This time, not only Shishanshan was ruined, but also Sun Qingxue, a genius disciple of Blue Cloud sect, plus Gong Sunling, a genius disciple of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen was not such a reckless person. How could he make such a wrong decision? Could it be that he believed too much in the records in various miscellaneous books and historical materials, so he fell into it? Yes, it must be like this. It is better to have no books than to believe in books. The words of the ancients really made sense. Even a wise person like Yang Chen would make this kind of mistake. However, hearing Shishanshan's next explanation, the Lord of Tantai and the others had another thought in their hearts. Used to killing, afraid of not being able to stop. It sounded a little reasonable, but if you think about it carefully, it was worth pondering. How could a real master have an uncontrollable situation? However, this statement was enough to show that their experience this time wasn't perfect. Or rather, it wasn't that successful. At the very least, they had failed halfway. Sometimes, in a high position, especially in a big sect like the Green Jade Immortal Island, it was necessary to make a balance. Since Shishanshan had failed, she had to bear the consequences of her failure. Naturally, Yang Chen, who caused Shishanshan's failure, also had to pay the price. The genius disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island should not be destroyed like this. Even if Yang Chen was a 5th-grade alchemist, he still had to learn his lesson. At the very most, after today's matter, he would find other ways to remedy it in the future. However, he still had to balance the hearts of the people in the sect. Since that's the case, can't we just be careful? The Lord of Tantai didn't say anything, but Elder Bei Shuangyu seemed to have guessed what the Lord of Tantai was thinking. When Bei Shuangyu, as the elder, said this, the other high-level members nodded slightly. As an outsider, when Yang Chen saw this situation, he sighed slightly in his heart. If he knew this, it would be better not to return to the sect and wait until he recovered. In this situation, Shishanshan could no longer avoid it. All the high-level elders agreed to compete, so she could only do it. This disciple pleads with the island master to give a few body protection magic weapons, so that senior sister Li can protect herself. Shishanshan usually didn't curry favor with others, but it didn't mean that she couldn't understand the situation in front of her. Since it was inevitable to make a move, then she had to find a way to minimize the impact. If these words were put before the experience in the demon continent, with the degree of importance of Shishanshan in the sect, it would naturally not be a problem, and it would definitely be granted. But now that these words were spoken, everyone's understanding was discounted. Is it necessary to be so troublesome? Isn't it just learning from each other in the same sect? Liu Ziwei's impolite words sounded again. It wasn't easy to have a moment of exhilaration. If she didn't vent it out, wouldn't she feel sorry for herself? Shanshan also told you to be careful, why do you say that? Shishanshan's master, Song Huan, was unhappy for a while. Her beloved disciple was taught such a lesson by Liu Ziwei. Even if Shishanshan's experience in the demon continent was unsuccessful, she didn't say much here. How could it be your turn to speak? Don't talk so much nonsense, don't you know after a fight? Elder Liu was complacent. Where could she still look at other people's faces? It wasn't easy to make a comeback, so she had to be happy. The Green Jade Immortal Island agreed that Shishanshan and senior sister Li should learn from each other. As an outsider, Yang Chen couldn't say anything. Even if he was the husband of Shishanshan, he couldn't intervene in the internal affairs of the sect. And in the eyes of others, it was just a competition between the same sect. How big a deal was it? Shanshan, try to resist the habit of making a move. At this point, Yang Chen couldn't say anything more. He advised Shishanshan, but he sighed in his heart. This senior sister Li was really pitiful. She was sitting at home, but disaster came from the sky. It was really bad luck to have such a master. Island master, what kind of body protection magic weapon do you have, or prepare it, everyone is safer, so that something bad happens. After persuading Shishanshan, Yang Chen turned to the Lord of Tantai and proposed. Yang Chen's identity was a distinguished guest, and he was also a distinguished guest that the Green Jade Immortal Island deliberately wanted to make friends with. When he spoke, and it was still for safety reasons, no one could say anything. The Lord of Tantai could only nod in agreement and let people prepare. However, Yang Chen's words intensified everyone's speculation about Shashanshan. Even Yang Chen said so. It was estimated that Shashanshan really failed to gain experience, otherwise she would not be out of control. It was said that the body protection magic weapon was prepared for senior sister Li. It must also be prepared for Shashanshan. What really needed to be protected was Shashanshan, right? Among these people in the Green Jade Immortal Island, they could casually take out a few good body protection magic weapons. After a while, more than a dozen body protection magic weapons were concentrated in the hands of the elder. Elder Bei Shuangyu was not biased, and directly divided it equally according to the number. Shashanshan and Li Ziqi each had half, everyone had a share. Of course, the competition couldn't be held in the reception hall. Soon everyone appeared together in a martial arts arena. Li Ziqi had been called by Elder Liu Ziwei and was standing in the middle of the martial arts arena, waiting for Shashanshan to come down. Shashanshan turned her head and looked at her husband. Yang Chen took a deep breath and nodded to Shashanshan. Shashanshan didn't say much, and didn't take the body protection magic weapon that Elder Bei gave her, so she walked down the martial arts arena. The protective array on the edge of the martial arts arena was immediately activated, surrounding Shashanshan and Li Ziqi in the center. The two of them were separated by a distance of more than 10 feet, standing on both ends, waiting for the start. Chapter 1108. When Shashanshan and Li Ziqi were waiting for Elder Bei to give the order, Yang Chen suddenly turned to the side of the Lord of Tantai and bowed to the Lord of Tantai and the Elders Island Master. Elders, once you start, the sword has no eyes. If Shanshan has any mistakes, please forgive her and don't pursue her reckless behavior. The reason why he opened his mouth at this time, Yang Chen also had a little anger in his heart. Shashanshan was Yang Chen's wife, his official wife. If there was any disharmony within the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Chen would not say anything more. But in front of Yang Chen, he insulted his wife like this. No one would be able to bear it. The Green Jade Immortal Island watched Shashanshan being bullied by Elder Liu Ziwei, and she didn't even say a few words to enlighten her. Yang Chen could not bear it. In this case, it was necessary to let these people suffer a little. If the tiger doesn't show its power, they would think that he was a sick cat. Did they really think that Shashanshan was no longer so talented? As for Liu Ziwei, if she could really bear the fact that she had lost her apprentice, then it was no big deal. However, after all, Shashanshan was still a disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if she entered the door of the Yang family, she would have to live and cultivate in the Green Jade Immortal Island in the future. When it was time to hold back, she had to hold back. The Lord of Tantai listened to Yang Chen's words, and his heart sank for no reason, and he suddenly regretted it. Today, wasn't Liu Ziwei a bit too much? Shashanshan had just returned from overseas. She hadn't even had time to recuperate. She hadn't even had time to finish talking about her experience when she was forced by Liu Ziwei to compete with Li Ziqi. No matter what, even if Shashanshan had really failed in her training, this shouldn't have happened. Even if he didn't want to give face to the monk, he had to give face to the Buddha. Yang Chen was Shashanshan's husband. How could he tolerate Shashanshan being bullied by her sect? If this matter affected future cooperation, it would be a loss that did not make up for the gain. In the end, Shashanshan left the Green Jade Immortal Island for too long. It had been more than 70 years since he left. Not to mention the seniors, the new disciples didn't even know that there was such an expert in the sect. From top to bottom, they seemed to have forgotten about Shashanshan's amazing talent in the past. From the heart of the Lord of Tantai, he didn't care about the success or failure of Shashanshan's experience. To put it bluntly, the Green Jade Immortal Island could become one of the great sect, not relying on one or two genius disciples. From the establishment of the sect by the ancestors to the present, the genius disciples who died halfway were not more than 10 or 20,000. Shashanshan was not much, and Shashanshan was not less. Because of this, the high-level officials did not value the success or failure of Shashanshan. Success was gratifying, failure was just to let the sect know that it was better for the genius disciples not to go to the demon continent to gain experience, that was all. As long as Shashanshan could maintain the relationship with Yang Chen, it was enough. Out of this consideration, although some of Liu Ziwei's words were not pleasant to hear, everyone still tolerated it. In fact, a group of high-level officials still hoped to be able to actually see the effect of Shashanshan's cultivation. Hearing is false, seeing is believing. But since Yang Chen said this at this time, the Lord of Tantai had to think more about it. Even her husband, Yang Chen, said so. It seemed that he was more sure. Liu Ziwei and Li Ziqi did not seem to be able to get a good result. Yang Chen's posture was very low, and he pleaded for Shashanshan in advance, but he squeezed all the high-level officials into an awkward situation, especially Liu Ziwei. If Shashanshan really accidentally injured or killed Li Ziqi, there was really no way to pursue Shashanshan. In the beginning, Elder Liu was unwilling, and it was Elder Liu himself who forced him to this extent. And even Master Yang Chen, has spoken like this. The Green Jade Immortal Island could not do that kind of thing. Now everyone remembered how strong Shashanshan was in the past. When she was in the Jedan stage, she could compete with her senior sisters and uncles in the Yuanying stage. Now she has already reached the Yuanying stage, and she has been training in the Demon Continent, the killing field, for so many years. To put it bluntly, it was also very possible to kill Li Ziqi. There will always be a winner and a loser, it doesn't matter. The Lord of Tantai had to make a statement. Yang Chen was still waiting here, so he could only wave his hand and give an answer. However, while replying to Yang Chen, the Lord of Tantai did not forget to give a wink to the elder Bei Shuangyu, who was already in the darching stage, and another elder, Minute Huafeng. Once there was any change inside, the two of them had to take care of it. Elder Bei and Elder Minute, of course, saw the hint of the island master, and they both nodded slightly, and began to pay attention to it. Let's start. Liu Ziwei could become an elder, she was not a stupid person. From Yang Chen's mouth, she also heard a trace of bad news, but now, the words that were said could not be taken back like water that was poured out. There was no turning back arrow, so they could only resist to the end. The two women in the field, as soon as they heard Elder Liu's announcement of the start, they immediately took action. Li Ziqi had already been told by her master that in this contest, she must let Shashanshan lose her face, and by the way, she must also sweep the face of Song Huan. Anyway, she would let Shashanshan make a fool of herself. As soon as she came up, Li Ziqi began to rush to attack. Her cultivation base was in the late Yuanying stage, and her cultivation base was much higher than Shashanshan's. The gap between the late Yuanying stage and the middle Yuanying stage was not as small as it sounded, and it was normal for the difference in cultivation base to be 1 or 2 times higher. The flying sword was summoned at the fastest speed and slashed madly toward Shashanshan. The attack was heavy and the speed was fast. There was no appearance of a contest at all, it was completely a posture to kill an enemy. Li Ziqi was rushing to attack, while Shashanshan was defending. From the bottom of her heart, she was still a person of the Green Jade Immortal Island, so naturally she was unwilling to hurt her fellow apprentice sister. Anyway, when she was in the Demon Continent, there were many times when she was besieged by the demonic beasts of the darching stage. At this time, she was just dealing with a senior apprentice sister in the late Yuanying stage. It seemed that she was doing it with ease. In front of the elders, Shashanshan only defended and did not attack, and repeatedly avoided a series of powerful attacks from Li Ziqi. Her movement technique had been trained in the Demon Continent, and there was no need for protective magic weapons at all. Even Li Ziqi's attack could not fall on Shashanshan's body at all. Shashanshan was often besieged by several darching stage demonic beasts in the Demon Continent. Sometimes it was not so cool and beautiful to dodge, let alone calm, it was completely practical. But in the eyes of the elders, it was a disheveled appearance. Chapter 1109. Speaking of it, it was because after the experience, she had not fully absorbed and integrated the experience, and she had not been able to comprehensively summarize these instinctive actions. On the Demon Continent, only practicality was needed, who would pay attention to whether it looked good or not. On the other hand, Li Ziqi was graceful, her clothes fluttered, and her flying sword attack was so calm, just like a fairy. They were both beauties, both from the Green Jade Immortal Island. One was calm, the other was embarrassed, especially in a women-dominated sect, the aesthetic requirements were better than other sect. The balance of victory and defeat between the two, at least in the hearts of most people, has been biased. Most of the high-level members present were in the Yuanying stage, which was not much higher than Shishanshan. In their hearts, most people were secretly shaking their heads for Shishanshan's performance. In such an embarrassing situation, although she could avoid Li Zichi's attack every time, she had already shown signs of defeat. The experience of this demon continent was really not good. A female disciple who was originally overflowing with talent was actually destroyed like this. Even if you hide, can you hide a little more beautifully? Just take the move just now. The flying swallow in the sect's flying swallow sword technique could be very wonderful and delicate to avoid Li Zichi's attack, and she could also wait for an opportunity to counterattack. This flying swallow sword technique was the basic sword technique that could be practiced in the foundation stage, and it was impossible for Shishanshan not to know it. Obviously, there was a wonderful move to counterattack, but Shishanshan did not use it, but used this vulgar and unbearable village man's move to fight. What was this? Return to nature. How long did the predecessors of the sect spend to create the exquisite sword technique? Is it not as ugly as some animal's movement technique like yours? It was really too much to say that it was a movement technique. It was obviously a subconscious movement. She didn't know what animal she learned, she even forgot the basic sword technique of the sect. A bright beauty, but she had to do such a self-destructive thing. If this wasn't destroying a genius, then what was it? Most of the elders who had a lot of good feelings for Shishanshan were extremely disappointed with Shishanshan's performance at the moment. At the same time, there was also a trace of resentment for young Chen who forced Shishanshan to go to the demon continent to gain experience. At that time, young Chen was very high profile and said that he would take his wife to the demon continent to gain experience. In the past few decades, not only did her cultivation not grow much, but she could not even catch up with the disciples who were originally inferior to her. He was deliberately destroying the future hope of the Green Jade Immortal Island. However, the masters of the Darching stage and a few high-level people like the Lord Tantai saw another scene. Even if he occasionally used a flying sword, it was to divert the opponent's flying sword so that the attack could not fall on him. From start to finish, there wasn't even a single attack. The attack that couldn't fall on the enemy, even if it was strong, fast, and powerful, what was the use? But Li Zichi didn't seem to know it and had been using this method. However, Li Zichi seemed to be unaware of this and kept using such means. At the beginning, several of them also felt that Shishanshan's movements were really ugly, but the more they looked at it, when they understood the profound meaning behind Shishanshan's movements, the more the masters would feel terrible. At the beginning, several of them also felt that Shishanshan's action was really ugly, but the more they looked at it, when they understood the meaning of Shishanshan's actions, the more the masters would feel terrible. In the eyes of the crowd, she was like a lazy donkey rolling. Not only did she skillfully avoid Li Zichi's attack, even if the audience around Li Zichi suddenly attacked, it seemed that they couldn't find a chance to make a move. Apart from Yang Chen's family, no one knew what kind of experience Shishanshan had experienced in the demon continent. When she was attacked by dozens of demonic beasts around her at the same time, she wanted to be able to defend against all the attacks and still have to be able to move beautifully. That was not experience, that was looking for death. Apart from Yang Chen's family, no one knew what kind of experience Shishanshan had experienced in the demon continent. When she was attacked by dozens of demonic beasts around her at the same time, she wanted to be able to defend against all the attacks and still be able to move beautifully. That was not experience, that was courting death. After going through this cruel attack test, the body technique left behind was only practical, not beautiful. The surrounding elders would not think that Liu Ziwei had specifically instructed Li Zichi to make Shishanshan a fool. In the eyes of their master and apprentice, the current Shishanshan was making a fool of herself. Some people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so they ruined the genius disciple of my sect. Not everyone would take care of young Chen's face, and immediately someone pointed at the mulberry tree and scolded the locust tree. Shanshan, ruined. Only defending and not attacking. Our Green Jade Immortal Island is not such a style. Another elder who heard this immediately said, could it be that she was chased on the demon continent? How much hardship did Shanshan suffer? This was still the high-level officials who were originally biased towards Shishanshan. It was not pleasant to hear, but there was still implicit concern. Some of them who were standing on the side of Elder Liu were not so polite, and they were almost cynical. This is the result of the experience. Only defending and not attacking, it's good to hide. Yang Chen didn't know the identity of an elder who opened his mouth. It was simply cursing in a roundabout way. You don't use the wonderful body technique of the sect. If you don't do it, you become a beast. The face of my green jade immortal island is going to be lost. Ha 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 ha. If this is the result after going to the demon continent for the experience, then forget it. Another elder shook his head and sighed with sincerity. A lesson. In the future, the disciples of my branch, even if their qualifications are poor, they can't go to the demon continent to gain experience. It's harmful. Elder Liu on the side looked at all this with a smile on her face, listening to the voices around her. Her heart was as comfortable as drinking honey. She even didn't forget to turn her head to Shanshan's master, Song Huan, not far away, and joked, "Senior sister Song, Shanshan is really ruined this time. This is your fault. As a master, how can you think that you didn't stop her from going to the demon continent?" It had to be said that Elder Liu's ability to attract hatred was good. After saying this sentence, after stimulating Song Huan, she immediately turned to Yang Chen. "Master Yang, your alchemy level is the best in the world, but in terms of cultivation, Master, you are still a little worse." Shanshan. Yang Chen hadn't said anything yet, but Song Huan over there was already furious and shouted at Shanshan in the field, "If you only defend and don't attack, the face of your master and your husband will be lost by you." Chapter 11:10. Shanshan, who had been only defending and not attacking, naturally heard the words of the elders outside. Similarly, she also heard the angry voice of her master, Song Huan. At this point, in fact, Shanshan could no longer be merciful. She turned her body. She was still dodging around, and now she was directly facing Li Ziqi. Hearing the voice of Song Huan, the Lord of Tantai knew that it was not good. She saw what was hidden in Shanshan's movement technique. She was carefully appreciating it, and at the same time, she was also trying to figure out the intention of Shanshan's every evasion. Suddenly she saw the change in Shanshan, and she was stunned. The same performance as the Lord of Tantai, there were also several masters of the darching stage. Although Shanshan only defended and did not attack, her posture was embarrassing, or there was no posture at all. In their eyes, it was a rare good thing that made people's eyes light up. Although Li Ziqi's attack was beautiful and very fierce, in the eyes of everyone, it was as if Shanshan had not practiced it many times, and her defensive movements were extremely skilled. What was even more surprising was that Shanshan even calculated the elders outside the surrounding formation protection. Even their inadvertent movements could cause the subconscious reaction of Shanshan in the circle. But often in this completely unexpected situation, the comprehensive protection that Shanshan showed and the reaction that minimized her damage simply made the elders of the darching stage intoxicated. This kind of performance even made several darching stage elders more addicted. From time to time, they would make some actions to interfere with Shanshan, who seemed to be already in a difficult situation. Every time, Shanshan could react in time, her movements were skillful, and she often made some incredible solutions. In the eyes of people who couldn't understand, Shanshan was simply a clown, and she was still a clown dressed as a genius disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Her performance was so unbearable that it was completely discrediting the sect. With this kind of performance, he could be considered a genius disciple. Genius disciple really didn't live up to his name. However, in the eyes of those who knew better, Shanshan's performance could not even be described as stunning. However, in a place like the Dao sect that was relatively comfortable and did not have to worry about death at all times, when had they ever seen such a bold and unconstrained battle consciousness? On Elder Liu Ziwei's side, she couldn't wait for Shanshan to make a fool of herself. As for the group of experts, they were looking forward to Shanshan's performance to be even more spectacular. Except for Song Huan, who really cared about Shanshan but couldn't see it, no one was willing to let Shanshan stop at this time. However, Liu Ziwei's words provoked Song Huan. In a fit of anger, Song Huan even dragged Yang Chen in and began to roar at Shanshan. "Idiot!" More than 10 pairs of eyes stared angrily at Liu Ziwei. The experts who were watching the spectacular all secretly scolded Liu Ziwei in their hearts for overestimating her own capabilities but still thinking that she had succeeded in her scheme. Such a wonderful defense was actually destroyed by one sentence from her. Can't you just be obedient and be happy for a while? Must you rush to be slapped in the face? However, after the initial dissatisfaction, the experts began to look forward to it. Even the defense could be done to such a state, then once Shashanshan started to attack, how wonderful would it be? In fact, Shashanshan didn't want to kill her senior sister of the same sect, so she had been hiding and looking forward to the senior's eyes that were like torches, seeing something and then ordering them to stop. Everyone is good, I'm good, everyone is good, it won't hurt the harmony. However, her performance was really beyond everyone's expectations. Those who wanted to see her make a fool of herself were not willing to let her stop, and those who wanted to see her amazing were also not willing to let her stop. This was what led to the current situation. If it was just Shashanshan, she wouldn't care what other people said. From the beginning, she was a cold plum fairy who didn't like to smile. When did she care about other people's opinions? But now, those ridicule had fallen on her master and her husband, which was not what Shashanshan could bear. Even if she had already experienced the emotional outburst of her heart demon, it was obvious that she had been calm and there was no sign of losing control. Even in the demon continent, such a situation would only occur after being surrounded by a large number of darching stage demonic beasts, but now she was being teased by a fellow apprentice sister who could end the other party's life anytime and anywhere. Even if Shashanshan's self-restraint was good, she would never endure it at this moment. In particular, Shashanshan's style had always been to move forward bravely and replace defense with the strongest attack. Only when she had no choice would she try to defend. But this was not in line with Shashanshan's habits. Her hands and feet were tied and she had long been impatient. Song Huan's words suddenly became the best catalyst, completely triggering Shashanshan's anger. At the same time as the figure turned, two sharp eyes were directly staring at her opponent, Li Ziqi. Li Ziqi was also a genius disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island. She had always been arrogant. Except for a few masters, she had never put other people in her heart. When cultivating, Li Ziqi was also very hardworking. Even when she went out to gain experience, Li Ziqi also worked very hard to eliminate the demons and defend the Dao. She was not behind. However, people who have not experienced the kind of killing in the demon continent can't imagine that kind of environment. All around were enemies who were not afraid of death. Even if the flying sword was on their body, they would not evade it. It was far from the kind of enemy with a mind that could be compared with the opponent. Shashanshan just glanced at Li Ziqi and she couldn't help but be shocked. Although there was no killing intent, there was almost no indifference in her eyes. It was even more frightening than the eyes with killing intent. Not good. The Lord of Tantai suddenly screamed in his heart. At the same time, Elder Bei Shuangyu and Elder Minute Huafeng also stood up at the same time. They were all aware of the danger. Shashanshan's defense was so refreshing, needless to say how furious she would be once she attacked. Li Ziqi, at present, would never be the opponent of Shashanshan. Although Liu Ziwei has always wanted to suppress Shashanshan and suppress Song Huan, she was not a person without eyesight. Her disciple had been attacking for a long time and she just said that to increase the psychological pressure on Shashanshan. Now that the two elders of the darching stage had stood up, she immediately realized that it was not good. But soon Liu Ziwei took it for granted that the two elders must be afraid of Shashanshan having an accident. After all, full defense was different from attack. It was easy for the enemy to take advantage of it. However, Liu Ziwei still loudly reminded her disciple in the circle Ziqi, "Be careful." Chapter 11:11. Without the reminder of Liu Ziwei, the experienced Li Ziqi also knew how to face it at this time. In the middle of the battle, the education of the Green Jade Immortal Island had never allowed them to be distracted in the battle. Seeing that Shashanshan's eyes were not right, Li Ziqi immediately became vigilant and quietly activated several magic weapons. If there were resources, it would be a fool not to use them. Li Ziqi would not be as pedantic as Shashanshan, taking the magic weapon given by the elders and not taking it seriously. With these things, it was an extra layer of insurance, the insurance to make Shashanshan look bad. She was also excited now, but she was looking forward to the situation where Shashanshan's attack fell on these magic weapons that were refined by the elders. She believed that it would be a scene that could cause a group of people to laugh. It was best if Shashanshan could become a tortoise shell that forgot her original fierce attack methods. Her attack was futile, and she only knew how to defend herself from the wind and rain. That would be the real pride. The call of her master, Li Ziqi, also heard it in her ears. Almost the same as Liu Ziwei's judgment, Li Ziqi also thought that Shashanshan was a cornered beast fighting, and the smile on her face was a bit more. However, Li Ziqi was more convinced that it was better to make the first move. The performance just now was just to make Shashanshan look bad, and she did not take out her most fierce killer move. Since Shashanshan wanted to change her style, then let her make a bigger fool. The flying sword in the air turned a circle lightly and quickly cut down from another angle. This was a new sword technique that Li Ziqi had been practicing for many years, but she had only practiced it in front of her master, but she had not let other elders know. 1,000 opportunities kill. A few elders outside who were knowledgeable called out Li Ziqi's sword technique. This 1,000 opportunities kill was a very advanced flying sword technique of the sect. It could be said to be the sect's most precious sword technique. Only when the cultivation reached the peak Yuanying stage could they have enough strength to activate it. The power was huge, and they didn't know how much reputation it had brought to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Li Ziqi was only in the late nascent soul realm, but she had already practiced this set of sword technique so familiarly. It had to be said that her aptitude was absolutely excellent. At the same time, her capability is infinitely close to the peak of the original level, or else she wouldn't be able to control it. As soon as Chenji Kill was used, the elders who didn't think highly of Shashanshan started to shake their heads. It turned out that Li Ziqi was just fooling around with Shashanshan previously. At this moment, she finally showed her true abilities. It seemed that Shanshan was going to be humiliated today. Li Ziqi's 1,000 opportunity kill had already launched its attack, but Shashanshan's counterattack had finally arrived. The flying sword, which had been defending and blocking when necessary, suddenly burst out with a fierce murderous aura. This was not Shashanshan's life source flying sword, and the flying sword was still being tempered in her sea of consciousness. This was just the flying sword that she was familiar with before, and the quality was relatively ordinary. However, the ordinary flying sword suddenly shone with a light that people couldn't look at, and suddenly turned into a golden orn, slashing toward Li Ziqi. No matter how famous Li Ziqi's sword technique was, no matter how fairy Li Ziqi's current movement technique was, no matter how skillful Li Ziqi's sword technique was, thousands of moves, thousands of patterns, could not stop the word fast. Shashanshan's flying sword, which was launched later, directly cut into Li Ziqi's chest from an incredible angle in everyone's eyes, and went straight to the vital part of her heart. The sudden change shocked Li Ziqi. Fortunately, she had just activated all the protective magic treasures that she and her elders had given her just to be safe. In a flash, Li Ziqi couldn't even pull back her sword to block, and could only use the protective magic treasure to block this strange sword. Ding, 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 ding. The clear and sweet tinkling sound rang out continuously, almost connecting into one sound. It was the sound of Shashanshan's flying sword slashing hundreds of times on several protective magic treasures at an unfathomable speed. Under everyone's dumbfounded expression, Shashanshan's flying sword, which had turned into a golden orn, flickered hundreds of times not far from Li Ziqi's body. Almost every flash was accompanied by an ear-piercing sound of an attack. If the first attack didn't succeed, she immediately changed the attack angle without hesitation. Every attack was full of the pure and incomparable spiritual power that Shashanshan had deliberately refined for decades. After every sound, it meant that the protective magic treasure that was hit would dim a little. The use of protective magic treasure also required spiritual power. Even if Li Ziqi was already in the late Yuanying stage and was infinitely close to the peak Yuanying stage, she had not yet reached the stage where she could immediately replenish the spiritual power needed for the protective magic treasure after receiving Shashanshan's attack. Shashanshan's attack was too fast, and every attack was too sharp. In just a short period of more than 100 attacks, those protective magic treasures had no spiritual power to support them, and the light was gone. However, Shashanshan's attack did not stop at all, and she still controlled the flying sword to slash hundreds of times in a row. Now the attack did not fall on Li Ziqi's body, only because there was still the solid material of the protective magic treasure itself. Probing from various angles and directions had allowed Shashanshan to quickly grasp the weakest parts of these protective magic treasures. In the last few attacks, the tinkling sound turned into a rumbling sound. The surrounding people didn't even react to what had happened, and those protective magic treasures had been completely smashed by Shashanshan. Finally, Shashanshan had always firmly remembered that this was a competition between fellow disciples, not a battle with a life-and-death enemy. After smashing the protective magic treasures, Shashanshan basically stopped the sword light. Her figure flickered, and she strangely dodged the flying sword that Li Ziqi had just flashed in front of her and slashed more than a dozen times. She approached the side of Li Ziqi and waved her hand to punch. This was a pure spiritual power attack, but at this moment, all the protective magic treasures of Li Ziqi were smashed, and she was scared out of her wits. She no longer had the elegance from before. In a panic, she only had time to stretch out her hands to block Shashanshan's fist. Boom! Shashanshan's fist, carrying an unparalleled spiritual power, directly smashed on Li Ziqi's hands to block. Catcher catcher, accompanied by the sound of two broken bones, Li Ziqi's hands were punched back to her chest by Shashanshan. Catcher, after another sound of broken bones, Li Ziqi's mouth spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, and her whole body flew up. She was still in the air, and she was already unconscious. Shashanshan was just about to stop, but suddenly her figure flashed, and the flying sword that had just stopped suddenly sped up and quickly slashed towards a figure that suddenly appeared next to her. Chapter 11-12. Shashanshan's habit of dealing with enemies, for decades, was to kill if she could kill, and run if she couldn't kill. Now, even if she restrained herself, it was important to subdue the opponent and make the opponent lose the ability to attack. With a punch, Li Ziqi was seriously injured. When he was in the demon continent, this kind of unexpected situation was simply endless. Not to mention that he had just killed his opponent, and then suddenly a demonic beast rushed out from another direction. It was not unusual for the demonic beast that he had clearly seen dead to suddenly come back to life as if it was cramping. Sometimes, it was not unusual for such a situation to occur when the vital points of the demonic beast were not grasped. This also developed the habit of Yang Chen's family to be vigilant all the time when they made a move, ready to kill or run away at any time. How could the habit developed on the edge of life and death for decades be easily broken by a retreat at sea for more than 10 years? As soon as she encountered a stimulus, there would be a subconscious reaction, which had nothing to do with thinking or consciousness at all. It was purely an instinctive action. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of her, which was unexpected, directly stimulated this habit of Shashanshan, and she started to attack subconsciously without thinking about it. The first thing Shashanshan destroyed was the protective magic weapon given to her by Li Ziqi's master, Liu Ziwei, Elder Liu. This magic weapon was personally refined by Liu Ziwei, so it naturally had a clearer sense than others. As soon as the magic weapon was broken, Liu Ziwei knew that it was not good. Just now, Shashanshan showed the speed and the power to destroy the magic weapon. She had thoroughly understood that her disciple was not the opponent of Shashanshan at all. At first, she only defended and did not attack, just to give her master and disciple face, and did not want to break the harmony. It was a good thing, as long as Li Ziqi was not so aggressive and held on for a while, Shashanshan would admit defeat, and Li Ziqi would go down the slope. Anyway, everyone would not win or lose, and everyone would be happy. However, Liu Ziwei's ridicule directly stimulated Song Huan, and also made Song Huan angry and let Shashanshan fight back. This time, she lost all her face. This was still a trivial matter. As soon as her own protective magic weapon was broken, Liu Ziwei realized that her disciple's life was in danger. To be able to break the magic weapon that she had worked hard to refine in such a short time, the attack power was not what she could imagine at all. For the sake of her disciple's life, Liu Ziwei could only say that she had to take Li Ziqi back in person. Otherwise, once Shashanshan's murderous nature broke out, wouldn't it be bad? But Liu Ziwei would not have thought that she suddenly rushed into the middle of the two people who were fighting, and directly provoked Shashanshan's fighting instinct. Her mind, which was still barely maintained, was unexpectedly rushed, and she immediately returned to her habits. Instinctively, she regarded this place as the demon continent, and she was a killer. As a master of the peak Yuanying stage, and one more step to transcend the tribulation and ascend, Liu Ziwei was of course one of the few masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island. After rushing out, she found that Shishanshan immediately made a move on herself, and then saw the situation of her disciple spurting blood from her mouth. Her mind paused for a while, and then anger immediately filled her chest. Liu Ziwei's flying sword appeared in front of her in an instant, and regardless of anything, she slashed at Shishanshan. Wasn't it just a competition? Was it necessary to use such a heavy hand? In Liu Ziwei's mind, she didn't think that this was the fault of her own master and disciple, and she didn't realize that Shishanshan had been merciful just now. She just saw that Shishanshan had seriously injured her disciple with a punch. The anger driven by anger also became another factor that stimulated Shishanshan. Almost like a reflex, Shishanshan's flying sword went up to meet it. Ding, with a crisp sound, the sound of the collision of the two flying swords did not last too long. The golden orn controlled by Shishanshan diverted Liu Ziwei's flying sword. Then everyone watched the golden orn turn quickly and directly between Liu Ziwei's neck. Kai, the sound of the flying sword cutting through flesh was so ear-piercing in the surrounding people's exclamations. Suddenly, a bloody mark appeared on Liu Ziwei's throat. Ding, ding, there were two consecutive sounds. Shishanshan's golden orn suddenly bounced off Liu Ziwei's throat, then turned in the air and suddenly returned to Shishanshan's side. Two figures suddenly appeared. They were Elder Bei Shuangyu and Elder Minute Huafeng, who had been watching the battle in the arena. The two acted almost at the same time. Before Liu Ziwei's head was about to be removed, they blocked Shishanshan's flying sword. Even so, Liu Ziwei's throat was cut open. Her trachea was directly severed, and more than half of her blood vessels were cut open. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Liu Ziin's face was filled with disbelief. Her eyes were wide open as she tightly clutched her throat with both hands. Gurgling sounds could be heard from her throat, but she was unable to make any other sounds. Her body also began to slowly collapse. Elder Minute Huafeng, who had already rushed over, grabbed Liu Ziwei's body and threw her towards the hall master of the medicine hall. At the same time, she and Bei Shuangyu rushed over one after the other. Similarly, Bei Shuangyu also threw Li Zhiqi's body outside, so that everyone could give her first aid. The surrounding people were already shocked by this change. The hall master of the medicine hall saw Liu Ziwei's body flying over, and hurriedly caught it in the air. He opened Liu Ziwei's hands that were covering her throat, and used the best elixir to treat trauma to smear it on the wound. Fortunately, she was a master of the peak Yuanying stage. This was not a direct decapitation, but only a shallow cut of the trachea and blood vessels, which was not immediately fatal. Under the rapid treatment of the hall master of the medicine hall, her life could be saved. Shishanshan was already stimulated again, and habitually met Elder Bei and Elder Minute who rushed up. When fighting, she was always on guard against the people around her. At this moment, she did not panic at all, and just fought to her heart's content. Bei Shuangyu's speed was fast, and she rushed to the front. She had just consolidated her realm after being promoted to the Darching stage, and when Shishanshan attacked Liu Ziwei, she also temporarily gave up Li Zhiqi, so that she could successfully save people. Now Elder Bei's mind was to first suppress Shishanshan, and then slowly guide Shishanshan to stop. With Elder Bei's early Darching stage cultivation base, there would be no problem in suppressing a disciple in the middle Yuanying stage, and he could even easily suppress Shishanshan, so that she would not be injured. The idea was good, in the hearts of Bei Shuangyu, in the hearts of Elder Minute, and even in the hearts of the surrounding high-level people. They probably had such a plan, except for Yang Chen's family. However, everyone underestimated Shishanshan. Elder Bei, who rushed up, immediately felt the power of Shishanshan. Chapter 11:13. The golden orn circled around and went directly to Elder Bei's throat. Elder Bei, who had already prepared his flying sword, immediately used it to block. Dang, the golden orn was shaken by Elder Bei's flying sword. Elder Bei was about to rush forward, but suddenly he noticed a sharp wind blade cutting towards his waist. His body paused, and the flying sword turned and cut on the wind blade. Shishanshan's attack was not just the flying sword. When she was in the demon continent, it was simply a kick to the head, and she would do anything. As long as she could kill the enemy, no matter what means she used, she would try it. This was also a habit, and it was a habit of being besieged. Now there were Shashanshan's vigilant people everywhere, and 2 people had already rushed up. Instinctively, Shashanshan's first reaction was to knock down the first one as fast as possible, and then meet the second one. This was the experience of being besieged summed up in countless moments of life and death. One less enemy was one less, so all the means had to be used, and there was no room for mercy. On the demon continent, the demonized monsters would not talk about morality with you, and they would not give you any chance. Even if you were seriously injured, when they could bite you, they would never let it go. In fact, before Yang Chen's family left, Shashanshan had fallen into this kind of siege more than once. The position of the 4 women at the time had exceeded the depth that their strength should normally reach. The enemy could tear them to pieces at any time, and there was no time to hesitate. At this moment, Shashanshan was in such a state, so she did not hesitate to use all her killer moves. A cultivator could kill people not only with the flying sword, but with any magic weapon, and even with their bare hands, they could also use some techniques. The general wind blade, being cut by a master of the darching stage, would immediately be defeated and scattered. However, Shashanshan's wind blade was so pure that even though it was struck by Elder Bay, it only slightly deviated and did not dissipate. Instead, it changed direction and continued to slash towards Elder Bay. As Elder Bay was dealing with the wind blades, at least 4 more beams of light flew out from Shashanshan's body. 2 bracelets and 2 hairpins. Unknowingly, Shashanshan had refined them into beginner-level magic treasures and they shot towards Elder Bay. But Shashanshan's body did not pause at all. Almost together with those magic weapons, there was no difference between the front and back, she also rushed up. No matter how strong a spirit force attack was, it couldn't compare to the destructive power of a fist hitting flesh. At this time, even the body was the most powerful weapon. After the peak Yuanying stage, Elder Bay, who was mainly devoted to seclusion cultivation and rarely participated in battles, had never encountered such a fierce fighting style. Although blocking the attack of the flying sword and magic weapon did not make him appear flustered, but the strong attack of Shashanshan's rush forward also made him extremely uncomfortable. Boom, a master of the darching stage was a master of the darching stage. The power that just broke Li Jiqi's arms and chest with a punch, in front of Elder Bay, only made a loud sound, and then was hit back by the same fist of Elder Bay. Elder Bay blocked Shashanshan's fist at the same time, but there was a burst of pain in his heart. How did Shashanshan, this little girl, practice? Even 2 punches made her, a master of the darching stage, feel pain in her fist, and even some of her finger bones were cracked, but under this kind of movement, no one else noticed it. Just after 2 punches, Elder Minute behind Elder Bay had already followed up. Thinking that this was the situation where Shashanshan was suppressed, suddenly a sudden change occurred. The 2 hairpins that stabbed at Elder Bay turned their direction and stabbed straight at Elder Minute. Elder Minute used the flying sword to easily block the 2 hairpins. At this moment, the 2 bracelets and the 2 hairpins sent by Shashanshan suddenly exploded. It turned out that Shashanshan did not hesitate to directly blow up the 4 magic weapons that she didn't know how much time and effort she had spent. In the demon continent, any external things were not comparable to one's own life. Therefore, in such a situation, it was necessary to blow up a magic weapon to seek a chance of survival. At such a close distance, the power of the magic weapon's self-detonation could even hurt some darching stage demonic beasts on the demon continent, not to mention here. Caught off guard, Elder Bay was directly shocked by the fragments of the 2 bracelets. He was about to adjust, but his face suddenly changed and his body flashed. Then he felt a pain in his shoulder, and a golden orn flew out of his shoulder socket. It was Shashanshan's flying sword that pierced directly from the back of the shoulder blade and penetrated from the front. Shashanshan simply did not give in. Elder Bay's shoulder had just been in pain, and the 2 fists that were clenched by her hands had already hit Elder Bay's ribs from a strange angle. Boom, the sound of 2 dull fists hitting the flesh sounded, and 2 spikes of spiritual power pierced directly into Elder Bay's body. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted from Elder Bay's mouth, and his eyes looked at Shashanshan with an incredible gaze, but his body slowly fell down uncontrollably. Brush, Elder Bay's body suddenly flashed with a circle of light, and Elder Minute next to him had already sacrificed a shield-shaped magic weapon in time to protect Elder Bayonet. This shield had just appeared, and the golden orn that was transformed by the flying sword could not be delayed and slashed on the shield. If not for the timely appearance of the shield, then Elder Bay would have been directly cut in two at the waist. When the blow missed, Shashanshan immediately retreated, which had become an instinctive habit. At the same time, the flying sword did not think about attacking the vital part of Elder Minute who was rushing up. Attacking the enemy was also one of the ways to protect oneself. Minute Huafeng Elder Minute, after all, was already in the middle darching stage, and would soon enter the late darching stage, and she often went out to fight on weekdays. Relying on her superb cultivation base and her life source flying sword, she desperately resisted the omnipresent attack of Shashanshan like a madman. Even in the face of the elder of the darching stage, Shashanshan did not flinch. In the one-on-one situation, she even always caused a burst of accidents to Elder Minute Huafeng. All kinds of incredible attack methods emerged one after another, and her fighting spirit was so strong that even Elder Minute had a lot of pressure. The high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island around were already stunned. Who could have thought that a disciple who seemed to be only in the middle Yuanying stage, and had just stepped into the middle Yuanying stage, actually seriously injured one in the late Yuanying stage, one in the peak Yuanying stage, and even seriously injured one in the early darching stage, and now she was tied with a middle darching stage elder. The most shocking thing was that in the battle between this disciple and the middle darching stage elder, she actually took the initiative and suppressed Elder Minute to only have the power to resist. Was this the failure of the experience that Liu Ziwei said? Chapter 11:14. Shanshan, Elder Minute is not an enemy. In the midst of Shashanshan's desperate attack, Yang Chen's voice was very soft but unusually clear, inserted into the battle group. Shashanshan's fighting instinct was only stimulated, and she did not completely lose her mind. When it was one-on-one, she was not so nervous. At this moment, as soon as Yang Chen's voice came out, Shashanshan immediately realized her situation and hurriedly retreated to stop. Shanshan is unreasonable. Please punish me, Island Master. When she understood what had just happened, Shashanshan was in a hurry and hurriedly bowed down in the direction of the Lord of Tantai. To be honest, from the beginning of Shashanshan's attack to knocking down Li Ziqi, Liu Ziwei, and Elder Bay, it was only a few moments, and even the time of the real fight was only a few breaths. It was not until she was finally stopped by Elder Minute that the fighting time was a little longer. This kind of one-shot killing technique was very in line with the way everyone practiced in the Demon Continent. There was no room for mercy and retreat. Every time they made a move, they had to do their best to kill the enemy. Unexpectedly, it was used in a fight between fellow disciples, which directly caused such a consequence. What punishment? It's not like you have to compete with them. Shashanshan's master, Song Huan, also lost her temper at this time. For a long time, she didn't speak for her disciple, because Shashanshan had earned her position in the Green Jade Immortal Island. But this time, Shashanshan had been away for too long. A group of people had forgotten the amazing talent of this outstanding female disciple, and they had to force her to make a move to cause such a result. In addition to Liu Ziwei's sarcasm just now, it would be strange if Song Huan didn't explode. But speaking of it, it was really not the fault of Shashanshan. From the very beginning, Shashanshan did not accept the challenge. Even Yang Chen said that there were some drawbacks, such as the lack of control and the inability to hold back. These were all mentioned in advance. If this reason was used to punish Shashanshan at this time, then the Green Jade Immortal Island would be a big embarrassment in front of Yang Chen. The Lord Tantai did not reply for a long time. In fact, not only the Lord Tantai, in fact, all the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island who were watching were all stunned. Even in the Yuanying stage and the Darching stage, the state of mind cultivation should not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, but what happened in front of them was beyond everyone's imagination, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Shashanshan was only a disciple in the middle Yuanying stage, and it seemed that she had just entered the middle Yuanying stage not long ago. At most, she had just consolidated her cultivation base. But it was such a disciple, with a jaw-dropping speed. Within a few breaths, she broke nearly 10 magic weapons that were personally refined by the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and seriously injured a disciple in the late Yuanying stage with a punch. Next, in a face-to-face encounter, the neck of an elder in the late Yuanying stage was mostly opened. If it weren't for the two elders in the Daching stage, Liu Ziwei would have been directly beheaded. The most surprising thing was that the elder Bei Shuangyu, who was also hit by two punches in a few breaths, vomited blood. If it weren't for Elder Minute Huafeng's timely response, there might be more terrifying consequences. Even in front of Elder Minute in the middle Daching stage, Shishanshan did not show any fear. Her continuous attacks did not fall at all, and even forced Elder Minute to take a defensive position. The series of fierce attacks even made Elder Minute feel a chill down his spine. All of this combined, it turned out to be the means of a disciple in the middle Yuanying stage. It was ridiculous that a lot of elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island really thought that Shishanshan had failed in her experience. The scene of young Chen's family saying no in unison before, when everyone thought about it, they almost couldn't help but blush. These young people knew from the beginning that this would be the result. Otherwise, Yang Chen would not have let the Lord of Tantai send people to pay attention to him before the start of the contest. The group of people who had just ridiculed were all like frightened quails at this moment. They didn't dare to say a word, they didn't even dare to make a sound. They hated that they couldn't hang their heads directly to their chest and never have to lift it up again. How could they still have the face to face Shishanshan and Yang Chen's family? The Lord of Tantai and the elders of the Daching stage were also unable to hide their shock. Even if they had already seen it at the beginning, Shishanshan's defense was an eye-opener for them, but they still did not expect that when Shishanshan started to attack, it would be so terrifying. Shishanshan's apology at the beginning, the Lord of Tantai didn't even react for a while, until Song Huan's loud voice passed to everyone's ears, only then did he react. "Shanshan, you get up first." Shishanshan was still kneeling on the ground. The Lord of Tantai stretched out his hand to support her, and tried to make his voice seem calm. However, no matter how she forced herself to calm down, her voice still trembled a little. This was not fear, but trembling with excitement. His own disciple, after going to the demon continent to gain experience, would have such an outstanding performance. Didn't that mean that in the future, if possible, the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island would have a better way to gain experience? Shishanshan stood up according to the words, and Song Huan had already come out. Without saying anything, she pulled her beloved disciple back to the seat. Until Shishanshan returned to her original seat, Shishanshan still had an uneasy look on her face. In the eyes of Song Huan, it was even more painful. "Don't be afraid, you didn't do anything wrong in this matter. If something is wrong, it is Elder Liu's fault, don't worry." Song Huan rarely comforted her disciple, but her eyes looked at the Lord of Tantai, waiting for her to speak. The Lord of Tantai could only smile bitterly in his heart, but the situation was not easy to deal with. From a reasonable point of view, Shishanshan was indeed right. She said not to compete at the beginning, and Yang Chen also said that after the experience, she couldn't control it skillfully and couldn't stop it. Since the Green Jade Immortal Island still insisted, then Shishanshan couldn't be blamed. However, Shishanshan's few moves directly injured two elders and a senior sister apprentice. When they were learning from each other, it was really unjustifiable to make such a heavy hand. If Shishanshan was not punished, how could she convince the public? This was not to take care of Yang Chen's face. In front of her husband, to punish someone's wife, if it was anyone else, they would be unhappy. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine. The problem was Yang Chen an ordinary person? The only fifth-grade alchemist master in the mortal world, an important partner of the sect, it was impossible for the Green Jade Immortal Island not to consider Yang Chen's thoughts. If you knew it would be like this, why did you do it in the beginning? The Lord of Tantai smiled bitterly in his heart and sighed secretly. Chapter 11:15. In the end, everyone did not have so much confidence in Shishanshan and Yang Chen. Shishanshan had disappeared for more than 70 years, and some things in the sect were always changing. People who had never appeared would inevitably be marginalized. Some people wanted to take the opportunity to make trouble, but the core high-level members were dissatisfied with Yang Chen, who forced Shishanshan to go to experience because of their underestimation of Shishanshan's experience. They deliberately wanted to suppress him, which led to this embarrassing situation at the moment. In such a short time, Elder Bei had already taken the medicine, and Li Ziqi was still in a coma. On the contrary, Liu Ziwei remained awake. After the trauma at the throat was quickly healed by the elder of the medicine garden, her internal organs did not suffer more damage. At this moment, when Liu Ziwei saw that her own disciple was still unconscious and seriously injured, she didn't know what the situation was, and her heart was filled with anger. The inferior offended and killed the disciple of the same sect. It should be handed over to the law enforcement hall of the sect for severe punishment. Elder Liu was in a hurry and had forgotten that she had just walked between life and death. Regardless of the large bloodstain on her chest, she stood up and shouted. Elder Liu's voice directly attracted everyone's attention to her. The Lord of Tantai was having a headache. Suddenly, Elder Liu said this, and he frowned. In the end, the initiator was Liu Ziwei, Elder Liu. The elder Bei Shuangyu just mentioned that Shishanshan's cultivation was not as good as Li Ziqi's, and Elder Liu jumped out and forced Shishanshan to make a move. Shishanshan only defended at the beginning and didn't attack. It was clear that she gave enough face to the Green Jade Immortal Island. When it came to this point, everyone took a step back and pretended not to win or lose. As a result, Liu Ziwei and her friends went to provoke Song Huan and even pointed the spear at Yang Chen. This time, the master and apprentice went together. To put it bluntly, if they went up, they would be killed by Shishanshan in seconds. At this time, they even jumped out. They really didn't know how to live or die. The Lord of Tantai had not yet relaxed his brows, but Yang Chen's family over there was already discontent. Shishanshan was fine, but Yang Chen and the other three women were glaring at Liu Ziwei. In Yang Chen's eyes, there was a trace of murderous intent of the bloody river, and he stared straight at Liu Ziwei. Liu Ziyin had only shouted once when she suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. It was a feeling of fear that emanated from the depths of her heart, as if she had been stared at by the devil in the depths of the Nine Nether, and the fear of life and death could not be controlled. The dangerous feeling of life and death just now returned to Liu Ziwei's mind again. At this time, Liu Ziwei remembered that if someone wanted to kill her, it was just a matter of one move. Without wandering between life and death, it was impossible to understand the great horror between life and death. For a while, Elder Liu broke out in a cold sweat, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. At first, it was just her body trembling, but soon, even her teeth could not be clenched, and there was a gurgling sound. The abnormality of Elder Liu suddenly alerted the senior members of the Green Jade Immortal Island. At this time, they remembered that Shishanshan was not going to experience alone, but with Yang Chen's family of 4. At this time, in addition to Shishanshan, there were also Yang Chen and the 3 women who had also experienced the experience. It seemed that Yang Chen's cultivation was similar to that of Shishanshan. Except for Yang Chen, who was slightly lower, everyone else was in the middle yuanying stage. Being able to frighten Elder Liu like this with just a glance, the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island could not help but feel that the young people on the opposite side were like silver spears. It was by no means only their own disciples were outstanding. Sun Qingxue and Gong Sunling had always been the genius disciples of their respective sect. They had also gone through the experience of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if there was a gap with Shishanshan, they believed that the gap was limited. Shanshan said it first. What is the crime? The Lord of Tantai made a decision with the fastest speed, waved her jade hand and announced the result loudly. No matter from which perspective, there was no reason to punish Shishanshan. Not to mention that the other party had already said it first, just that the other party only defended for so long and did not attack, giving enough face, they could not be punished. What's more, Shishanshan was a genius disciple of the sect, and the sect regarded her as the future hope. Why for a mediocre elder and a relatively mediocre disciple, would they ruin their own hope? Such an outstanding disciple, it was too late to love, how could they destroy their own great wall? The Green Jade Immortal Island was not the kind of sect that made their own disciples bitterly disappointed, they could not do things that made their own enemies happy. With the decision of the Lord of Tantai, the little pressure that everyone felt just now disappeared without a trace. Elder Liu finally took a breath, and her body stopped trembling. At this time, Elder Liu discovered that for a while, she had been holding her breath, and she did not even dare to breathe. This time, the pressure disappeared, and after a long breath, Elder Liu felt that her legs were soft, and she fell directly to the ground. Her sweat soaked her heavy clothes, and there was a burst of cold on her back. A few young juniors actually scared her, a late Yuanying stage elder, like this. If this was the case, even if they didn't do anything, a few people could just release their aura and crush her. After thinking about this, Elder Liu's face was pale for a while, and she did not dare to make a sound for a long time. At this moment, the Lord of Tantai and a group of high-level officials have become incomparably interested in the experience of the demon continent. It's just 70 years, if you throw away the road back and forth, but in 50 years, it can make a Yuanying stage disciple become like this. The mystery of this must be understood in detail. But now was obviously not the best time. The Lord of Tantai could only announce the end of this meeting, and then together with several core high-level officials, they took Yang Chen's family to the back for a detailed discussion. This experience has such an impact, how should we solve it? Elder Minute Huafeng never thought that Shishanshan would have such achievements when she went to the demon continent. What she wanted to know most now was how to solve this kind of problem. As long as you retreat for a long time and slowly get used to a normal life. Yang Chen didn't say much in front of the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island, but used this statement to prevaricate. In fact, it is a long-term habit. If the time is long enough, it will not be a problem. Yang Chen's words made everyone feel relieved, as long as it could be solved. Even if it took some time, the effect was so outstanding, it was definitely worth it. What everyone wanted to know most now was whether this kind of experience was possible to be organized on a large scale. Chapter 11:16. It's not necessary. Yang Chen's answer made all the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island stunned. Not necessary? Why would Yang Chen's family go by themselves? It's very dangerous, it's a narrow escape. Yang Chen continued, we have a top-level defensive magic weapon in our hands, and an extremely fast shuttle. If we can't beat them, we can escape. Other people don't necessarily have such conditions. This was the truth. Yang Chen's shuttle was also famous among the cultivators, and the risks of the demon continent were actually known to everyone. It was just that at this time, they were blinded by the great success of Shishanshan and selectively forgot about it. What if we let the experts lead the big team? Elder Minute asked expectantly. If we bring a big team, we will definitely be attacked by a group. Yang Chen shook his head directly. No one likes to have a strong organization in the demon continent. What if we bring a few people? Elder Minute asked again. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. It's not worth it. With a few people, we have to take care of them from time to time. It can't achieve the original purpose of the experience. Yang Chen still shook his head. Besides, if there is no relationship like us, it's hard to say over there. The words were not said completely, but everyone had already understood that in the demon continent, almost everyone had to be on guard. No wonder when Shishanshan dodged, she didn't forget to guard against the elders around her, which was already a habit. Even the intimate relationship between her husband and wife was like this, let alone other relationships. Who knows what will happen? It's not that the Green Jade Immortal Island hasn't been to the demon continent for experience, but their achievements are not as good as Shishanshan's. At best, they can turn a disciple with poor aptitude into a master. But as one of the 5 major sect, is there a shortage of masters? This problem was already considered unsettled. In the end, this kind of sect was not so convincing to let their disciples take the risk of life and death. No matter who it was estimated that they would not be willing, and it was still voluntary. But if it was voluntary, there was no need for the sect to organize it. If he wanted to go, he could go. No one would stop him. Next, Yang Chen told the Lord of Tantai and the higher-ups that his family would go into seclusion to solve the problem of their battle habits. No one had any objections to this. No matter what, Shishanshan was still a member of the sect. If the problem was solved, the sect would have one more expert. After staying in the Green Jade Immortal Island for a while, Shishanshan asked her master for some things, and after pointing out her apprentices, she embarked on the journey with Yang Chen again. After the previous incident, although the ordinary disciples did not know what had happened, the higher-ups were clear about it. Shashanshan's status in the sect skyrocketed. Wherever she went, she was treated with respect. Countless disciples wanted to get a few words of advice from the cold plum fairy. Even the elders who had other thoughts before had completely dispelled their previous thoughts. Soon, Yang Chen's family left the Green Jade Immortal Island. This time, they went straight to the Blue Cloud sect. Sister Shanshan, in the Blue Cloud sect, no one dares to treat me like that. Walking out of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Sun Qingxue began to tease Shashanshan, showing her superiority. Why? After the previous incident, Shashanshan seemed to be more calm. In a short period of time, she had seen a lot of things, and there were more things to consider. Because your master is not strong enough. Sun Qingxue said with a smile, and you don't know how to please your master, and you don't know how to please your husband. The latter sentence was completely a joke. However, the previous statement that her master was not strong enough was the essence. Shashanshan's master, Song Huan, her cultivation base was not very high, and her status in the sect was not very high. For Shashanshan's guidance, to be honest, it was really not as effective as Yang Chen's. Because of this, it could be said that most of Shashanshan's status was obtained by her own efforts. In the case of things, Song Huan's words were not enough weight. But Sun Qingxue was different. Her master was now a master of the Darching stage, who were wanting, and she was also a master of the Darching stage who had been fighting with the Blood Phantom Vine for hundreds of years. In the sect, she was one of the rare strong figures. If others wanted to make a move on Sun Qingxue, they must first consider Hua Wanting's reaction. If the role of Yang Chen was taken into account, naturally no one dared to make a move on Sun Qingxue. This was also the source of Sun Qingxue's confidence. It was because she considered so much that she dared to tease Shashanshan. Of course, they themselves have experienced the ordeals of life and death, and they are in the same boat. Their relationship has long been as good as sisters, and there is no problem of falling out. I know you will please your husband, be careful that I will let my husband spank you. Gao Yu next to her laughed and scolded, and then turned to Shashanshan. Shanshan, don't worry about it. Shashanshan also understood that this was Sun Qingxue and they were afraid that she would be unhappy because of the sex affairs, and deliberately comforted her. She smiled and nodded, indicating that it was okay. Relying on the strength of your master, how can it be more convincing than your own strength? Yang Chen on the side handed Shashanshan a cup of hot tea brewed by himself, and said with a smile, Little Shui, if your sister Shanshan is not happy, I can only spank you in front of her to calm her anger. Sun Qingxue was not satisfied, and said that Yang Chen was biased, and the family became a mess. Shashanshan's face was filled with a warm smile, and that little bit of unhappiness had long been thrown away. However, the fact was as Sun Qingxue said, when she was transferred to the Blue Cloud sect, the Blue Cloud sect attached great importance to it, but they only carefully asked about Sun Qingxue's situation and discussed it with Yang Chen, and there was no trace of the situation in the Green Jade Immortal Island. When Elder Hua waited for her disciple to return, she was so happy that she smiled when she saw people. She wished that she could tie Sun Qingxue to her belt and take her wherever she went. She didn't want to be separated for a moment. Other people, not to mention that they wanted to test Sun Qingxue, even if they had a little doubt, they were directly pushed back by Elder Hua. This old body's disciple, this old body hasn't said anything yet, it's not your turn to point fingers. What was the result of the experience? Elder Hua did not intend to share it with others. Only she knew, Sect Master Lu knew, and others didn't need to pay attention to it. Of course, the drawbacks of the killing syndrome, Elder Hua also clearly learned from Yang Chen, which made her very worried. However, Yang Chen said that he had a way to solve it. Although Elder Hua was reluctant, she still let Sun Qingxue stay in the sect for more than a month, and once again let Sun Qingxue leave with her husband. Before leaving, Elder Hua did not forget to threaten Yang Chen to be good to her own disciple, otherwise he would be careful of his head. Chapter 11:17. Since leaving the Blue Cloud sect, Sun Qingxue's proud smile has not been less. The attitude of the sect towards her and the attitude of the Green Jade Immortal Island towards Shashanshan made her have this kind of proud capital. However, after seeing the treatment received by Yang Chen after returning to the sect, even Sun Qingxue had to admit that her husband's status was still higher. The head of the Chunyang Palace, with a group of elders, personally waited outside the sect's main hall, as if welcoming a triumphant hero. Not to mention questioning, they didn't even ask a single question, but everyone happily said that it was good to come back, it was good to come back. This was the Chunyang Palace. Naturally, Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue could not participate in some occasions. Yang Chen settled them in his own small courtyard and let them rest first, and then he met with the head of the palace and other high-level officials again. In the more than 70 years since he left, the sect has undergone great changes. Not to mention anything else, just the houses in Maiqing Mountain seemed to have increased by several times. From this point, it could be seen how prosperous the Chunyang Palace was. The size of the disciples had almost increased by more than 10 times, and this was only the newly promoted disciples, not counting the people in the monster race's Hall of Eccentrics. On the basis laid by Yang Chen that year, the masters of the Chunyang Palace began to slowly emerge. In the past 70 years, Elder Jiao Shalin also successfully passed the Yin Fire Tribulation and was promoted to the Master of the Darching Stage. On the side of the Banyan Tree Immortals Cave, there was also a Master of the Monster Race who broke through and entered the Darching Stage. The Masters of the Darching Stage increased by 2, and the number of Yuanying Stage Masters increased by hundreds, both human and monster races. They were all promoted with the help of Yang Chen's medicinal pills over the years. The cultivation of the original few elders had all increased. The Law Enforcement Hall Master Meng Xian and Elder Zheng had reached the peak Yuanying stage, only one step away from entering the realm of the Darching stage. Even the head of the palace had reached the late Yuanying stage, and it seemed that he would soon break through the bottleneck. One has to know that in his previous life, these elders all died at the nascent soul stage, but now they all showed signs of breaking through. Everything was very different from his previous life. The Jedan experts were almost like harvesting leeks, emerging one after another, and now there were close to tens of thousands of them. After that, he recruited tens of thousands of disciples with excellent aptitudes. As long as he had enough time, there would be more and more experts. With so many experts, it also meant that the sect's strength had risen to a new level. Several small sects around had basically been incorporated into Chunyang Palace. These were all the small sects who took the initiative to submit. Chunyang Palace did not have the slightest act of bullying others. Everyone knew that Chunyang Palace was not what it used to be. There were many benefits to joining Chunyang Palace. Those small sects even joined decisively without much consideration. Not to mention anything else, the income from the Shiwan Mountains alone had allowed Chunyang Palace to have countless resources. This was not counting the Banyan Tree Immortals Cave in the 10,000 Trees Forest, which was also a place with endless resources. If the income from Wanbao Tower was counted, Chunyang Palace was now simply rich. Wanbao Tower, with the support of Yang Chen, used the appearance pill to attack the city. Almost all the markets of the sect had a branch of Wanbao Tower. Even the South China Sea Rogue Cultivators Alliance, which had not been touched by the Taishanmen, had a branch, and the monster race's Banyan Tree Immortals Cave was even more indispensable. Just the specialties of the monster race and the South China Sea had already made Wanbao Tower a lot of money. The price difference between the two sides made Shanghai Feng, who was in charge of the operation, happy every day. Although the Wine Immortal House joined the sect in secret, it would not hide anything from Yang Chen. Now the Wine Immortal House had also recruited more people, and the scale was getting bigger and bigger. Even in addition to the Wine Immortal predecessor, there was one more master of the Darching stage, and now it had firmly occupied the top position of intelligence trading. Anything that happened in the cultivation world would be put on the desk of the core high-level members of Chunyang Palace. The whole sect showed a volcanic eruption-like upward trend. The former predecessors and the current head of the palace and the elders did not know how many times they had said to revitalize the sect. Now they finally saw the process of the revitalization of the sect. Everything showed the irresistible upward momentum of Chunyang Palace. All of this almost all originated from Yang Chen. Now the core high-level members were extremely satisfied with Yang Chen, the young palace master. As long as Yang Chen was alive, not to mention that he disappeared with his wife for more than 70 years, even if it was a longer time, they would not have any opinion. During the years of Yang Chen's experience, There had been no major events in the cultivation world. Each major sect was developing on its own, working hard to grab the territory of the monster race and win over the people of the monster race. The richest 10,000 trees forest of the monster race had long been occupied by Chunyang Palace, which was discovered by the people of the 5 major sects after they arrived at the 10,000 trees forest. Because of Yang Chen's relationship, they all tacitly acquiesced to the control of Chunyang Palace, and no one made a move to grab it. Now, other sect had regarded Chunyang Palace as a first-class sect, and it was no longer a quasi-second-rate sect. With the current strength of Chunyang Palace, it was enough to become a first-class sect. However, to become a superclass sect like the 5 major sect, Chunyang Palace still needed more heritage, which could not be achieved by having some masters in a short period of time. It would take thousands of years or even longer to accumulate. Even so, Chunyang Palace had already been pleasantly surprised. From a quasi-second-rate sect to a first-class sect, it took only 300 years. Such efficiency, even the Taishanmen did not have it, and the disciples of Chunyang Palace could not help but be proud. What are your plans next? After the head of the palace and others introduced these to Yang Chen and learned about the experience of Yang Chen and others, they naturally asked such a question. The habit of killing needs a period of time to adjust, so this disciple intends to take them to find a place to retreat. Yang Chen did not hide his plan from the elders, and said his plan. In addition, this disciple has not had much alchemy in the past few decades, so I plan to concentrate on refining for a period of time, just in time to retreat. Yang Chen had promised to accept some commissions from outside every once in a while. There had been no alchemy in these years, so he just took the time to refine a batch. At the same time, the sect's questioning inner heart pills and inner sensing pills had almost been consumed, and they also needed to be supplemented. Everything is arranged by yourself. The head of the palace did not have the slightest intention to arrange for Yang Chen, but fully supported Yang Chen's decision. In recent years, the sect has obtained a lot of good things. If you need them, you can find Elder Zheng and bring them with you. This decision, the elders had no objection at all, and they all agreed. Chapter 11:18. Of course, Yang Chen couldn't leave immediately. There were many people and many things in Chunyang Palace that needed him to stay and deal with. Not to mention anything else, Wanbao Tower was strictly Yang Chen's private property. No matter from which aspect, Yang Chen needed to take care of it. Shangguan Feng had entered the ranks of the Jedan stage. It had to be said that this was a miracle and also the most suitable example of finding his own cultivation direction. At the beginning, Shanghai Feng didn't even have the confidence to build the foundation, so he had to manage Yeshio Villa. It wasn't until Yang Chen appeared and gave him some advice that he entered the foundation stage. But Shanghai Feng's pleasure was in business. Later, the Wanbao Tower provided by Yang Chen also allowed Shanghai Feng to find a suitable way of cultivation for himself. In the process of continuous expansion of business, Shanghai Feng's state of mind and cultivation were also rising, from the foundation stage to the current late stage of the Jedan stage. Speaking of which, Shanghai Feng's aptitude was very poor, otherwise he would not have been unable to build the foundation for decades. Until now, even if he had found a suitable cultivation path for himself, in 300 years, he had only cultivated to the late stage of the Jedan stage, and there was still a gap between him and the Yuanying stage. However, for Shanghai Feng, who had an ordinary aptitude, this was already a great miracle. He even saw the hope of reaching the Yuanying stage. It should be known that in his previous life, Shanghai Feng had exhausted his lifespan before he reached the Jedan stage in the foundation stage. In this life, there was a world of difference. Yang Chen met senior brother Shangguan and gave him solid advice. Now, Yang Chen, not to mention his cultivation, could completely guide Shanghai Feng with his identity without any awkwardness. Over the years, the appearance pill that Yang Chen left for Shangguan Feng had been used up. Fortunately, Yang Chen had returned in time and would soon provide another batch of pills for him to build a good relationship with the major sect. Don't underestimate the appearance pill. Most of the female cultivators in the sect flocked to it. If anyone dared to do anything to the Wanbao Tower, they would definitely be destroyed by these crazy female cultivators from head to toe. If anyone dared to destroy their hope of retaining their youthful looks, they would dare to destroy their possibility of survival. Some precious materials were taken away by Yang Chen. For the time being, Yang Chen did not take anything from the sect's warehouse. Anyway, the Wanbao Tower could already meet Yang Chen's needs. There was no need to take advantage of the sect at this time, although no one in Chunyang Palace thought that Yang Chen taking things from the sect was taking advantage of the sect. The Grandmaster and the elders would visit one by one, and the old tree demon Shi Kuei, Xie Shuo, and others were no exception. They all took time to meet alone. Even his good friend Du Qian was not left behind. Almost everyone who had a good relationship with Yang Chen arranged a separate meeting. Yang Chen could not directly guide the elders, but he put forward some of his own suggestions on cultivation in the form of suggestions. These suggestions were adopted by the elders without exception. For reasonable things, no one would dislike their high cultivation. For friends of the same generation, Yang Chen did not have so many considerations and directly told the other party some things. Shi Kuei and Xie Shuo were used to being guided by Yang Chen, and the old tree demon benefited a lot. Du Qian was now at the peak of the Jedan stage and would soon enter the Yuanying stage. After Yang Chen's guidance, he let him get the inner sensing pill from the sect himself. If he took a questioning inner heart pill when necessary, it was absolutely no problem for him to be promoted to the Yuanying stage. After taking care of his close elders and friends one by one, Yang Chen turned to his disciples. Mu Bo's cultivation base was originally strong, and his foundation in the Jedan stage was very solid. Because of the help of junior sister Hannah Mengyu, even the hidden dangers he had left behind when he was cultivating in the bitter cold land have been cleaned up. As long as he cultivated step by step, it would not be a problem to reach the great principal golden immortal. On Mu Bo, Yang Chen's guidance was also in line with the rules, and did not give him any shortcuts. At any time, although the shortcut was good, there were always hidden dangers. If he wanted to go further, he had to be down to earth. In order to motivate Mu Bo, Yang Chen even gave Mu Bo a promise. As long as he could cultivate to the Yuanying stage step by step, Yang Chen would teach him the first wood true secret art. Before that, Yang Chen gave some of the purified mysterious fibers obtained from the demonized vine to Mu Bo, and let him try to see if he could use them. The life source flying sword was also from this time. Yang Chen guided Mu Bo to begin to temper it. He believed that when it was successful, the power would become stronger and stronger. Speaking of Hannah Mengyu, this disciple made Yang Chen very surprised. It must be known that Hannah Mengyu's aptitude was only comparable to that of Yang Chen's previous life, but now she was at the peak of the foundation stage, and the speed of her cultivation was almost the same as that of Yang Chen. It must be said that, just like Shanghai Feng, Hannah Mengyu, who had found the right direction of her own cultivation, broke out with a cultivation speed that surprised Yang Chen even more than in the previous life, and the success made Yang Chen exclaim in admiration. In the previous life, it was a few hundred years later that Hannah Mengyu discovered that planting spirit medicines and planting various plants would trigger her own spontaneous cultivation and improve her state of mind. In this life, Yang Chen let her do this from the beginning. Without taking a detour for hundreds of years, Hannah Mengyu's achievements had made many people secretly admire her. Not only Mu Bo, but even Mu Bo's clansmen, the old patriarch, and even the old tree demon, almost took turns to stay in Hannah Mengyu's range of activities, so that she would intentionally or unintentionally nurture them and solve some of the hidden dangers they inevitably left in the process of growth. After Hannah Mengyu's care, these wood attribute monsters almost became smoother and smoother in their cultivation. Now Hannah Mengyu did not need to rely on the identity of Yang Chen's disciple to be powerful in Chunyang Palace. Just these Mu Bo clansmen and the support of the old tree demon were enough to let Hannah Mengyu walk unhindered in Chunyang Palace. For Hannah Mengyu, Yang Chen was also very satisfied. He deliberately gave Hannah Mengyu a space in the medicine garden, and even gave her some of the spiritual plants in the water. He even moved a lot of the 1,000-year-old spirit medicines in the first layer of the pure bottle medicine garden and let Hannah Mengyu take care of them. In order to let Hannah Mengyu increase her knowledge, Yang Chen even threw Hannah Mengyu into his own pure bottle medicine garden. The 1,000-year-old spirit medicines, countless 10,000-year-old spirit medicines, and even those precious spirit medicines that were more than 100,000 years old opened Hannah Mengyu's eyes. Just this trip to the medicine garden gave Hannah Mengyu incalculable benefits. The nourishment of countless spirit medicines directly raised Hannah Mengyu's cultivation to the limit of the peak of the foundation stage. She was only one step away from reaching the Jedan stage. What surprised Yang Chen was that all kinds of spirit medicines in his medicine garden were also improved because of the appearance of Hannah Mengyu. Chapter 11:19. All the spirit medicines in the medicine garden. Yang Chen asked Hannah Mengyu to take the seeds, and these seeds would be planted in the medicine garden that Yang Chen gave to Hannah Mengyu. Of course, Yang Chen did not forget to instruct them not to focus on speed when cultivating, and try to purify their cultivation base as much as possible. When everyone finished pointing, from the Green Jade Immortal Island to the Blue Cloud Sect and then to the Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen and the others had spent another half a year, and it was time to leave again. It's not that he didn't want to stay in Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen himself was fine, but the four women had become more and more unable to adapt to the normal cultivation life. Just in case, Yang Chen could only take them away. Where are we going? What method do we use? Sun Qingxue must be the vanguard of asking questions. Yang Chen and the other three women all dote on her very much, and she was the youngest, so she naturally took advantage of her. The killing syndrome was the biggest trouble for the four women now. They would kill people at any time, which was not a good sign. If this trouble was not solved, the four women would not even be able to integrate into the sect. On the contrary, Yang Chen himself did not have such a problem for the time being. First, he was in the demon continent, and there was not much killing experience, mainly to fight against the devil Qi. Secondly, Yang Chen had the state of mind of the great principal Golden Immortal, so it was not too difficult to deal with such trouble. The world is so big, you haven't seen it yet, right? Yang Chen had already had a plan in mind, and replied with a smile, "My husband will accompany you and take a good look at the great rivers and mountains." "What haven't you seen? I have seen a lot when I traveled before." Sun Qingxue didn't expect it to be so easy, and she couldn't believe it. "You used to see it on the flying sword, have you ever seen it on your own feet?" Yang Chen asked. As if afraid that everyone would not be surprised enough, he added another sentence, "Have you tried it like an ordinary person?" This was something they had never experienced before, and the four women seemed to be somewhat moved. Her husband taking her on a sightseeing tour sounded like a good idea. In order to avoid trouble, for the time being, your cultivation can only be sealed. Yang Chen explained to the four women, just like real ordinary people. "Why is that?" Gao Yu was a little puzzled and asked in a deep voice. The other three women also stared at Yang Chen, waiting for him to explain. "Sometimes, your habitual killing is because you have the power to kill. If you seal this power, your body will not be able to react accordingly, and you will slowly restrain yourself." Yang Chen explained, "When you can slowly restrain yourselves, then the initial conditioning will be completed." "Wouldn't sealing my cultivation delay my cultivation?" Shishanshan was most concerned about cultivation, so she immediately asked. "No, after the cultivation is sealed, all the spiritual power will be used to temper the life source magic weapon, and the effect will be even better than the tempering effect during usual cultivation." Yang Chen replied. "Then we will become weak women without the power to truss a chicken?" Gong Sunling asked immediately. Letting a Yuanying stage master suddenly seal her cultivation and become an ordinary person, there will definitely be a lot of discomfort, and the four women are more embarrassed. To be exact, this is not the case. When Yang Chen said this, the eyes of the women suddenly lit up. After all, you are all Yuanying stage masters who have experienced the Thunder Tribulation. Even if your cultivation is sealed, you are much stronger than ordinary people. Yang Chen explained with a smile. The four women were stunned for a while. In the end, they still have to become ordinary people. Although there are many reluctance in their hearts, this is the arrangement of their husband, and it can help them solve their troubles. It seems that they have to do it. Of course, after the cultivation is sealed, it doesn't mean that you can't continue to cultivate. Yang Chen's words made the four women a little puzzled again, and they all stared at him waiting for an explanation. During this time, you will cultivate a body refining technique, which will only be good for you and will not be bad. Yang Chen did not keep them guessing and said directly, "No." As soon as they heard that it was a body refining technique, The women's minds flashed with Yang Chen's sturdy figure when he cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, and suddenly they shook their heads like a rattle. If the body refining technique had such an effect, the women would rather not cultivate it. Even Shi Shanshan, who paid the most attention to cultivation, did not have the slightest accommodation on this issue and was determined not to cultivate it. "Are you sure?" Yang Chen seemed to have expected the thoughts of the women and asked with a smile, "No matter what kind of body refining technique it is, you don't want to practice it. Anyway, the kind you cultivate, we will never practice." Sun Qingxue pouted and refused on behalf of everyone. "Even if you are willing, I won't let you cultivate it." Yang Chen smiled directly. "I don't want to see my 4 beautiful wives become like that." "What kind of body refining technique is that?" Gong Sunling asked curiously. "It was left by a female senior." Yang Chen replied, "The main role of the body refining technique is to maintain beauty and make oneself more beautiful." What Yang Chen said was actually the beauty-preserving Heart Sutra left by Fairy Chang'e. This kind of Heart Sutra has no benefits for cultivation. The only advantage is that it has a technique to keep one's appearance. Perhaps it doesn't mean anything to others, but for female cultivators, it is more important than anything else. "Don't you have your appearance pill? What's the point of cultivating this?" Although she was already a little tempted in her heart, Gong Sunling still asked in confusion. "This kind of body refining technique is a little better than the appearance pill." Yang Chen touched his nose and replied indifferently. "What does a little better mean?" It was related to beauty. The 4 women almost pricked up their ears to listen, and even Gao Yu immediately asked. "A little better means that as long as you cultivate for the time of a stick of incense every day, you can basically achieve eternal youth without taking the appearance pill." Yang Chen replied seriously, "Of course, if you don't want to cultivate, I won't force you." "We want to cultivate." The 4 women responded almost in unison, and at the same time, they did not forget to reach out and pinch Yang Chen. After Yang Chen's family left Chunyang Palace, the cultivators never saw Yang Chen's family again. However, there was now a young rich man in the mortal world. He hired a few large carriages and pulled his 4 beautiful wives along with dozens of guards and servants. He traveled around the world leisurely every day. Every time this team came to a beautiful place, they would stop and tour it carefully. Not only that, but they often entered the cities of the mortal world, tasted all the delicacies in the world, drank all the wine in the world, and saw all the beautiful scenery in the world. It was simply a fairy-like life. Chapter 11:20. In the beginning, the 4 women didn't like to have other people in their family. They just wanted to take a good look at the beautiful mountains and rivers with their husband. Although the cultivation base of the 4 women was sealed, Yang Chen did not completely seal it. He only gave them the freedom to open the seal at any time when they were in a life and death situation. However, Yang Chen still strongly restrained the 4 women. They must not open it easily unless they were in a life and death situation. This was not only to adjust the killing syndrome, but more importantly, there was a kind of heart-refining process in it. The sealing technique used by Yang Chen was a secret of the heavenly court. He had been tossed around a lot in his previous life, so he naturally knew about this technique, but when those guys used it on him, they would not leave him the option to open the seal by himself. But it must be said that the technique of the heavenly court was absolutely magical. While sealing the cultivation base, most of the spiritual power in the original cultivator's body could be used to nourish their own life source magic weapon. At the same time, this seal had another advantage, that was, it could greatly improve the purity of the spiritual power. A small part of the spiritual power was used to maintain and nourish the body. In addition, Yang Chen let the 4 women practice the technique of Fairy Chang'e. At this special moment, it was definitely the best combination. The high and mighty cultivator suddenly became an ordinary person. No one state of mind could accept it calmly. Almost omnipotent became powerless. Although with their physique, coupled with the baptism of thunder tribulation, their physical fitness was even a few notches higher than the strongest among mortals, but after all, it couldn't be compared with the nascent soul stage. The 4 women were very unaccustomed to it at first, and even couldn't help but want to open the seal. If it weren't for Yang Chen being around, maybe Sun Qingxue, who was the most lively, would take the initiative to open it. In this life, it is inevitable that people will encounter all kinds of things, good things, bad things, happiness, and setbacks. Young Chen was very serious to his 4 wives who were not used to it but endured it no matter what level of cultivation. There will always be problems that can't be solved by their own cultivation base. Now that I've sealed my cultivation, it's a good chance for me to experience how to deal with problems that I can't handle. When the 4 women heard Young Chen's words, they all had their own thoughts. In fact, there was a lot of content contained within. Whether they could comprehend it or not depended on the 4 women's comprehension. Fortunately, among Young Chen's 4 wives, any one of them had an excellent comprehension ability. Although they still couldn't understand what Young Chen meant, there was always a different kind of expectation. Aren't we better able to deal with these troubles when we have the power? Shashanshan asked a very unusual question. The 3 women were also waiting for Young Chen's answer. It seemed that they didn't completely understand. All right, let me give you a simple example. Under normal circumstances, the trouble that can't be overcome is usually because the gap in cultivation base is too big. Of course, there are other reasons. Let's use this as an example. Young Chen thought for a moment and immediately replied. The 4 women nodded slightly. The situation that Young Chen said was indeed the trouble that they might encounter, and it was also the trouble that they could suddenly think of now. So, do you want to use this situation to face the powerful figures among ordinary people to learn how to deal with trouble, or do you want to restore to the Yuanying stage and then face the masters of the peak Mahayana stage to learn? Young Chen had always had a very serious face, and this time he still asked seriously, or do you want to wait until after ascending, when you have the cultivation base of the human immortal level, and then face the masters of the heaven immortal to learn? In fact, Young Chen didn't say much in detail, but this question had already explained everything. Not to mention whether he could experience it or not, just the different enemies he faced at different stages would make a world of difference. The gap between ordinary people and the human immortal or heaven immortal was not just 1 or 2 times, or even more than 10 or 20 times, it was not an exaggeration to describe it as 100 or even 1,000 times. In terms of difficulty, even if they were all ordinary people, the 4 women had undergone the baptism of thunder tribulations. When they encountered ordinary trouble, they could really solve it easily. But when it came to other realms, it was hard to say. In addition to the gap in the cultivation base, what kind of trouble could there be? Gong Sunling thought too much and asked one more question. A lot, all kinds of trouble that can't be described. Young Chen answered without thinking, for example, power. I don't like the people of the Taishanmen, but I can't take the flying sword to casually kill the junior disciples of the Taishanmen, although I can do it easily. The women all understood. Some things were understood with a little understanding, it was just that they didn't think so much at the beginning. Relatively speaking, the 4 women were all geniuses in cultivation, but they didn't care too much about some of the struggles between the sect. This was why in his previous life, even though the Cold Plum Fairy and the Dancing Snow Fairy were the best in the world, they were still not the sect masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. Most of the time, they acted as thugs, not the brains. This was the difference. Of course, it was precisely because they were single-minded and focused on cultivation that they had such achievements in their previous lives. It was even for the same reason that they were subjected to several large-scale sneak attacks in their previous lives. If it weren't for their high cultivation base, they might have been taken advantage of. In this life, Young Chen would never let them take the same risk again. Sealing the world of cultivation experience was also to let them understand more about these methods. It was not to ask them to become the kind of calculating people from then on, but to let them understand this and use the most appropriate way to solve anything they encounter. Of course, you have to remember one thing. After Young Chen finished, he seriously told the women it's just an experience, not to let you suffer grievances, not to let you swallow your anger, learn to judge the situation, and use various methods to achieve your goals. When it's time to make a move, you still have to make a move. With this premise, the 4 women had a lot of ideas when they followed Young Chen. Then, soon they encountered the first trouble since they came to the mortal world. The 4 women were really too beautiful, so beautiful that even Young Chen couldn't forget them in his past and present lives. The great principal golden immortal was like this, let alone the mortal body. The first time they entered the city, although the four women had always covered their faces with veils, there were always a lot of people who would look at them from time to time, which made the four women hate them. If it was just unscrupulous looking, the four women might be able to tolerate it, but the emergence of a playboy directly broke the bottom line of the four women. Chapter 11:21. Yang Chen's family of 5 entered the city just like that. Moreover, Yang Chen looked just like a scholar. It was hard to tell that he had any unique skills. Although the four women's beautiful faces were covered, their graceful figures could not be concealed. Especially since it was the first time they had come to the city, they immediately felt countless malicious gazes around them. At the same time, there were also some ruffians who were unscrupulously teasing them. When they had their cultivations, which cultivator would dare to look at the 4 fairies with such a gaze? Not to mention the 4 fairies themselves, just the power behind them was enough for no one to dare to provoke them. Daring to look at the 4 women like this, did they not want to live anymore? But in the mortal world, no one knew any of them. Looking at the way Yang Chen and his family walked into the city, the clothes they wore were not so luxurious. How could mortals have the kind of discerning eyes to see that the material of their clothes was a magic weapon that had been refined? When they were in an inn, almost everyone who paid attention to them had already regarded them as weak people who could be bullied. Because they did not even have a weapon on them. This could only mean one thing: Yang Chen's family was just a scholar traveling with 4 family members. Which scholar with a little better family background did not travel with a lot of servant boys and a lot of servants? Yang Chen's family had nothing. If this was not destitute, then what was it? Maybe he had to find a place to deal with these 4 slim girls. In this case, wouldn't it be simple to help him deal with them? A rich young master with a few servants holding a birdcage appeared in front of Yang Chen very arrogantly and ordered Yang Chen to buy the 4 concubines of Yang Chen. With a kind of sigh, eat posture, after throwing a few copper coins, the rich young master began to lewdly lift the veil covering Shashanshan's face. How could this be? Shashanshan turned hostile on the spot. Anyway, Yang Chen said that the experience was an experience, not to let them be wronged. They immediately fought and beat the rich young master and a group of servants unconscious. If Yang Chen hadn't said in advance not to kill people, maybe this group of guys would have been beheaded on the spot. The 4 women no longer had the interest to stay in the city and urged Yang Chen to leave the city. The mortal world is full of such vulgar people. What is there to experience? Until far away from the city, Shashanshan was still angry, and she rarely complained. After all, when had the cold plum fairy ever suffered such humiliation? In the demon continent, the young master of the hidden dragon cave used his head to compensate for his rude words. On the contrary, in the mortal world, Yang Chen forbade them to kill people. His mood could be imagined. You don't have a deep understanding. How do you know that the mortal world is full of vulgar people? Yang Chen smiled, but did not explain, he just asked. Shashanshan was very angry, and she didn't even want to say more now. Gao Yu next to her felt that it was wrong, and in turn, she blamed Yang Chen. We have suffered such grievances, are you just going to let it go? This kind of thing is also an unbearable grievance. Yang Chen chuckled and suddenly asked again, so, Shanshan, do you know what the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect look like when they go out to experience? The Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect were both superclass sects. The disciples naturally had a kind of innate pride. When they were out to experience, if they partnered with the disciples of other sect, they would also have the identity of a leader. The disciples and rogue cultivators of small sect, when they meet them, sometimes they can only admit that they are unlucky, and dare not speak up. Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue have also experienced their own experience. Now listening to Yang Chen, they recalled their own experience. Once they identified the evil path, they would resolutely eliminate it. It seemed that it was more excessive than the rich young master just now. That playboy only wanted to rob people. When they went out to experience, it was to eliminate the evil path, and it was a life. Once they were killed, the identity of the evil path could not be removed in any way. We should not be so excessive, right? Shashanshan carefully recalled her several experiences, and there was a little guilty conscience in her speech. It seemed that except for the attitude that was not very kind, At least the evil spirits that were killed were ironclad evidence, and they were not killed wrongly. This was the only thing she could come up with. When I was an executioner, I was almost killed as an evil path because of my murderous aura. Yang Chen smiled and used the situation of his first meeting with Shashanshan as an example. If you were not there at the time, I might have been killed by the others directly. Speaking of this, Shashanshan was a little ashamed. At that time, Sun Qingxue was also present. At that time, although Shashanshan was reasonable, she was also dismissive of Yang Chen. At least to describe it as high and mighty, it was not an exaggeration at all. Sun Qingxue also seemed to be reminded of some memories, and a smile appeared on her face. If it weren't for Yang Chen being an executioner, Sun Qingxue would not have met Yang Chen, and there would be no fate in the future. Don't take it to heart, Shanshan. Yang Chen knew Shashanshan's personality, and only then did he comfort her. What should you do when you meet mortals, and what should you meet immortals? Stick to your heart, and don't be easily disturbed by outsiders. Just be yourself. All the women nodded silently and began to think deeply. Yang Chen led everyone forward slowly, and did not disturb them. After a while, he said again, "Actually, it's also a good thing to get to know these mortals well now. You have to know." At this point, Yang Chen deliberately paused. Sun Qingxue could not help but ask, "Know what? You have to know that when one day we transcend the tribulation and enter the spiritual realm, and suddenly go from the strongest in the mortal world to the weakest in the spiritual realm, can we still maintain the same attitude?" Yang Chen stroked Sun Qingxue's hair dotingly, and said with a smile, "In the spiritual realm, we are mortals, like ants. Can we really accept this change at that time?" All the women were speechless for a while. Yang Chen's words were very likely to face the situation in the future. It was just that everyone was focused on cultivation now, and did not think so far ahead. Now that Yang Chen said it, everyone was thinking about Yang Chen's problem in their minds. When he became an ant, could he really maintain the pride of a cultivator? Now is a good opportunity. I can see how mortals live. Seeing that everyone was a little disinterested, Yang Chen said with a smile, "Believe me, this will be of great benefit to us." The four women were indeed geniuses with excellent comprehension, and they quickly understood Yang Chen's true intention, and a smile appeared on their faces. Chapter 11:22. Although the four women had accepted Yang Chen's arrangement psychologically, after all, they had lost their powerful strength, and there was still a great deal of discomfort in their actions. In addition, the four women also realized that in their current state, they would probably be harassed like this no matter where they went. Since they were in the mortal world, they had to abide by the rules of the mortal world. This was the same no matter where they were. The solution to the problem naturally fell on Yang Chen's head. In Jiaoyu's words, since Yang Chen was their husband, he should be responsible for arranging all this. Otherwise, what would a husband do? Yang Chen didn't say much about this. When he arrived at the next city, he disappeared for a while. When he returned to the four women's side, he was followed by a large group of carriages, servants, and guards. That's it. The four girls stared at the things that Yang Chen had prepared and couldn't help but ask. "That's fine." Yang Chen answered the four women's questions with certainty. "Let those who want to have crooked ideas at least think twice. Isn't this the common practice of fawning on the rich and powerful in the mortal world? Do we have to learn this as well?" Shashanshan had always despised this practice, so she asked with a frown. Compared to Shashanshan, Sun Qingxue, who was born in an aristocratic family of officials, naturally understood more. Thus, she said quickly, "Elder sister Shanshan, don't look down on these. They're really useful. These things can make those powerful fellows not move." Shashanshan still did not believe it. If these were all the things she learned, she might as well go into secluded cultivation. "I can't. But at least it can kill the minds of most people." Yang Chen responded with a smile, "If you really want to do it, you won't care about this. Are these things useful in the spiritual world and the immortal world?" Gong Sunling saw that Shashanshan's expression was not very good, so she spoke before her. If Shashanshan questioned her husband's arrangement every time, maybe her husband would have some ideas about Shashanshan. Gong Sunling didn't want that to happen. "Ah Ling, do you really think that you can get rid of these things by cultivating?" Yang Chen seemed to be answering Gong Xuanling's question, but in fact, his eyes were looking at Shishanshan and smiling. If that's the case, why are there only 5 Taoist sects and not more? The mortal world's Vanity Fair exists among cultivators as well. It's just that they aren't fighting for the mortal world's fame and fortune. Yang Chen explained slowly, otherwise, the disciples of the 5 sect wouldn't always take the initiative when they go out to train, while the others are just like subordinates. Glancing at the 4 women, Gaou and Gong Sunling did not contradict Yang Chen's arrangement. Sun Qingxue understood these disagreements in the mortal world and did not say anything. Yang Chen's words were mainly for Shishanshan to hear. The arrogant cold plum fairy was temporarily unable to accept such a statement. Actually, you all know it in your hearts, you just don't want to admit it. You always feel that you have succeeded in your cultivation and have already gotten rid of the mortal shackles of the world, and achieved the achievements of an immortal. Facing his wife, Yang Chen explained patiently, cultivators are also human beings, and people have their own thoughts. If it's really as you think, there won't be so many disputes between cultivators. Robbing resources, robbing spirit stones, robbing magic weapons, robbing medicinal pills, robbing spiritual veins, these things, haven't you seen a lot? Yang Chen simply said it all at once, even if it's to eliminate demons and defend the Tao. What kind of demons are eliminated? What kind of Tao is defended? Have you ever thought about it? The women had been quietly listening to Yang Chen's explanation, and no one said anything. What they heard today almost subverted their previous understanding, and these words were said by their own husband, Yang Chen, which made them think quickly. Now Yang Chen even began to question the elimination of demons and defend the Tao, which made the 4 women even more uneasy. They didn't know what Yang Chen meant. Could it be that the invasion of the demonic energy was too severe? Don't worry about me, I'm just saying an ordinary truth. Yang Chen saw Gaou's worried eyes and knew what she was thinking. He waved his hand slightly to indicate that it was okay. Think about it, the demon race eats humans, and naturally, they have to be eliminated. But on the other hand, since humans can eat pigs, cows, and sheep, why can't pigs, cows, and sheep eat humans after becoming demons? Whether it's education without discrimination or equality of all living beings, it's just lip service. Yang Chen continued, whether you eliminate demons or demons, the Tao you defend is just the Tao of humans. How can you defend other Taos? If other Taos are wrong, why can they also transcend the tribulation and ascend? Why don't you see demons eating other beasts? You are defending the Tao. This is the arrangement of the heavens. Sun Qingxue saw that the women didn't speak, and retorted with a pout, everything in the world feeds people. No one can repay the heavens with kindness. Yang Chen immediately said the next sentence. The women thought about it, but they couldn't find a reason to refute it. I'm not saying that the Tao we defend is wrong. I just want you to know that all of this is just a fight between cultivators. Yang Chen looked around at the 4 women, and his gaze landed on Shishanshan again. In fact, it's just another type of fight for fame and fortune. It's just putting the mortal family and country above the sect race. What's the difference? The 4 women were all speechless, but after thinking about it carefully, they couldn't refute Yang Chen's words. Now, it's not so tiring to think about it. We have enough time to slowly think about it. Yang Chen casually clapped his hands, making a clapping sound, and brought the attention of the 4 women. Ladies, let's go sightseeing. You can look around and see how the beautiful scenery of the mortal world is different from the beautiful scenery of immortals. Greetings, madam. Seeing Yang Chen approaching with the 4 women, the servants all bowed in greeting. The 4 women each had their own servants, but they didn't have any servants in the mortal world. Instead, Sun Qingxue was very clear about this. She generously and casually ordered, "Get up." Then, under the careful service of the servants, she boarded her carriage. The 3 women followed suit, and after showing off their manners, the group set off again. With so many carriages, servants, and guards, there was basically no situation like the first time they entered the city. Bystanders could see that they were from a noble family, and generally, they wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. Most of the time, it was peaceful. Occasionally, there would be people who had evil thoughts at the sight of wealth or lust, but they were all taken care of by the powerful guards. If there was no other way, there was still Yang Chen. Anyway, there wasn't too much trouble along the way, and the four women could relax and enjoy this trip to the mortal world. After seeing many beautiful scenery, the four women finally understood that what their husband said was true. Sometimes, the beautiful scenery of the mortal world was really not bad. Chapter 11:23. The days of having someone to serve them were very pleasant. When there was trouble, the four women also suppressed the urge to make a move. Although even if they sealed their cultivation base, they could easily kill some hateful guys at any time, but thinking of the main purpose of this mortal world experience, they still resisted the desire to make a move. The four women all have their own favorite interests. For these, Yang Chen naturally arranged very well. You only liked to refine. Everywhere he went, Yang Chen would find the most beautiful jewelry store and blacksmith shop and let them take out the best things. Although most of the things were not eye-catching, whether it was the material or the craftsmanship, the design of some things could still make people's eyes light up. Shan liked to taste tea, so Yang Chen would always take her to tea houses and tea rooms all over the country. He would not let go of the places where tea was grown, and he would taste all the famous tea and water in the world. He also visited a lot of people in the tea ceremony, from tea farmers to tea craftsmen to tea tasting experts, and he knew more about all aspects. Gong Sunling liked food because Yang Chen liked it, so how to satisfy Yang Chen's appetite was her biggest hobby. Famous chefs from all over the world, Gong Sunling almost never missed a visit to discuss the cooking methods of various cuisines and taste the flavors of various places. Every time she made a new dish and got Yang Chen's praise, she would be happy for many days. Sun Qingxue was addicted to wine because of Yang Chen. Naturally, the wineries all over the world could not do without this beautiful wine-tasting master. After tasting, she understood the merits and demerits of all kinds of fine wine. Naturally, the method of brewing wine was not less. Traveling around the world gave Yang Chen a lot of new wine, which made Yang Chen happy. From the perspective of the four women, since their cultivation base had been sealed and they could not cultivate, then in addition to cultivating the everlasting beauty heart sutra, they could only send their love to the mountains and rivers and their own fun. Naturally, it was inevitable to enjoy the feeling of being cared for by Yang Chen. Yang Chen would not let his lovely wife suffer. Luxurious clothes and fine food were the most basic standards. Along the way, he had made all kinds of arrangements. He had always treated the four women equally. Sometimes, he would even sleep together and indulge in debauchery. Although the four women were shy, they slowly accepted it after a few times. The pleasures of the boudoir were endless. For a period of time, the four women didn't even need to think about cultivation, their realms, or anything related to cultivators. They only cared about what they were interested in. This kind of relaxation was something that could not be experienced during cultivation. If one had to use a word to describe it, it could only be described as blissful. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible for them to be in such a mood. Even if they were in such a mood, they would not be willing to waste a few decades. After all, in the path of cultivation, if one didn't advance, one would fall behind. Those with poor natural endowments couldn't catch up no matter how hard they tried, so how could they dare to waste a few dozen years? Without Yang Chen, who was so strong that he didn't have to worry about his cultivation being sealed, without the excellent aptitude of the four girls, and without the powerful demonstration that Li Cheng gave to the girls, even the four girls didn't dare to easily slack off. Which sect would allow their own genius disciples to slack off? This journey lasted for 20 years. During these 20 years, the servants and guards around him had been changed several times, so that they wouldn't find out that Yang Chen's family never grew old. 20 years of mortal life had also made the four women completely accustomed to the peace of not needing to fight all the time. At least for now, it could be said that if the seal was unlocked, the four women would never be unable to control their actions. The four women sat on both sides, and Yang Chen lay in the middle of the four women. His head was pillowed on Gaoyu's thigh, and his legs were placed on Gong Suanling's jade thigh. Sun Qingxue and Gong Sunling gently helped Yang Chen to massage his legs. Gaoyu massaged Yang Chen's head. Only Shan was on the side. She never made a move, but her expression was also relaxed. One of her slender jade hands was pulled by Yang Chen, and she didn't say anything. If this scene was seen by cultivators, they would definitely jump in shock. The 4 famous fairies actually acted like this in front of Yang Chen. How could the hearts of countless handsome cultivators who admired the 4 fairies not be broken? It seems to be very easy. Why would someone need to go into seclusion for hundreds of years to ease the pain? Sun Qingxue felt relaxed, so she asked when everyone was together. Seclusion is still cultivation. When did they ever relax for a moment? This time, without Yang Chen answering, Shishanshan could give the answer. They are always in the state of cultivation. They always want to become stronger. From the bottom of their heart, they don't want to give up this fighting instinct that is stronger than ordinary cultivators. How can it be easily eased? Believe me, cultivation is not everything. Yang Chen suddenly said, the Queen Mother of the West often holds a satin peach feast. We are not busier than the Queen Mother of the West, and our realms are not higher than the Queen Mother of the West. So, we still have to do what we have to do. Then, what should we do? After 20 years of traveling, the 4 women's thoughts were very different from before. But at this time, Sun Qingxue still asked with a smile. I think that serving your husband is the most important matter at hand. Yang Chen said bluntly, not caring that the 4 women rolled their eyes at him. Cultivation, to put it bluntly, is it not life? Gaou patted Yang Chen as if she was blaming Yang Chen for his strange words. Of course, cultivation is also a kind of life. Of course, cultivation is also a kind of life, but it is a kind of boring life. Yang Chen replied with a smile, just like how calmness is also a kind of emotion, what kind of life is not a life? Do you want to live like this with your husband and cultivate, or do you want to sit in a small room and go into seclusion? If it was 20 years ago, the 4 women might like that kind of cultivation. But now, the 4 women did not answer. They just punched Yang Chen, who was lying in the middle of the 4 women, and smiled without saying anything. Then, have we finished our training in the mortal world? Sun Qingxue asked as she pinched Yang Chen's calf. To be honest, she really liked this kind of stress-free life with her husband, and there was a hint of reluctance in her voice. The other 3 women also stopped the work in their hands, and several pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Chen's face. They all had a look of both expectation and pity. We just traveled all over the mountains and rivers. We haven't really tasted the life of the mortal world. How can we finish it? Yang Chen paused first and hung the appetite of the 4 women. Then he said slowly, what else do you want? Sun Qingxue was obviously excited and asked happily. Gaou, Shishanshan, and Sun Qingxue also waited for Yang Chen's answer without blinking. Find a place we like, and we will live like mortals for a few decades. Yang Chen took out the aura of the head of the family and said in a manly manner. Chapter 1124. While Yang Chen accompanied the 4 wives to tour the mountains and rivers, he did not forget his own cultivation. He did not seal his cultivation base and still continued his own cultivation. Since he promised others to refine pills, Yang Chen certainly would not fall behind. In fact, in the pure bottle medicine garden, the profound spirit furnace had been opening the furnace and refining batches of medicinal pills. The medicinal materials were naturally added by a Zhu and a Bai, and Yang Chen only needed to be distracted to control the fire. The spiritual awareness of the 7th grade human immortal was enough to cope with the needs of alchemy in this situation. The more low-grade appearance pill, the better. The current situation was that no matter how many appearance pills there were, it was not enough for the female cultivators in the world to divide them. Wanbao Tower has already made a lot of money because of this treasure, not to mention the other benefits brought by the appearance pill. Many people have asked for the questioning inner heart pill, and Yang Chen refined hundreds of them at one time. His own sect had to leave a batch, and in the future, when someone asked for pills, they could also be used to deal with it. As for the others, the inner sensing pill and so on, he would first refine a large number of them to meet the increasing needs of the sect. As for the other sect's requests for pills, it was handed over to the head of the palace to deal with. In addition to refining these familiar medicinal pills, Yang Chen was also constantly thinking about how to make use of those devilish beads. It must be known that the quality of the devilish bead in Yang Chen's hands was terrifying. Even those who have already ascended to the demon continent would be shocked. Not only that, in another Qiankuan bag, Yang Chen was still constantly purifying the demonic energy on the ultimate demonized vine of the earth immortal level. Whether it was the devilish bead or this demonized vine, the demonic energy carried by it was enough to make a Dacheng stage master who had never been exposed to the demonic energy directly die. If he wanted to use it, Yang Chen must purify it. While touring the world with his wives, Yang Chen did not forget to finish these things. Fortunately, the matter of alchemy was not difficult for Yang Chen, whose spiritual sense had already reached grade 7 of the human immortal stage. In the past 20 years, he had already refined a large number of pills that would make any sect jealous. Yang Chen would first send these elixirs back to Chunyang Palace, and then he would live in seclusion with his wives and live in the way of the human world. While traveling around the world, Yang Chen had already found a place to live in the future. Now, he was just rushing over with them. The 4 women were also looking forward to living quietly with Yang Chen for decades. At the very least, this was a rare moment of leisure in their cultivation. It was also a rare opportunity for them to live like an ordinary husband and wife with their husband. He believed that even if he ascended to the immortal world, these few decades would be the most unforgettable memories. Zhao Qingyun was the son of the Minister of War of the state of Zhao. His name was given by his father, hoping that he would also enter the officialdom in the future and rise rapidly. However, Zhao Qingyun's performance did not coincide with his father's expectations at all. He was completely uninterested in poetry. Instead, he was very proficient in cockfighting, horse racing, and caged birds. He was not inferior to others in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Together with the other 3 hedonistic sons, he was known as the 4 young masters. Since a few years ago, Zhao Qingyun had heard of the reputation of Qixia Town. Qixia Town was located at the border of the state of Zhao, the state of Liu, and the state of Chen. It was famous for its wine, delicacies, and exquisite jewelry. In fact, Qixia Town also had a special product, which was famous tea. However, this Zhao Qingyun did not care about famous tea. That was something that only those who considered themselves elegant would like. What young Master Zhao liked was wine, delicacies, and beauties. The reason why he knew about exquisite jewelry was naturally because of the beauties. In these few years, many noble ladies and socialites were proud to be able to buy exquisite jewelry and clothes from Qixia Town. Zhao Qingyun used it to curry favor with beauties, so he had naturally heard of Qixia Town's Blue Cloud Art Workshop. Unfortunately, good things were always very rare. Although young Master Zhao had heard of this reputation, he had only tasted the wine from Snowdance Winery once, and it was only one kind. As for the food from the most famous Flowing Cloud restaurant, he had never had the chance to taste it. They only sold it in Flowing Cloud restaurant and did not go out at all. However, young Master Zhao had wanted to go to Qixia Town for a long time. Not for anything else, but for the beauties. It was said that whether it was the owner of Blue Cloud Art Workshop, the cook of Flowing Cloud Restaurant, the shopkeeper of Snowdance Winery, or even the owner of Winter Plum Tea House, they were all extremely beautiful. Even if young Master Zhao did not like famous tea, it did not stop him from wanting to see the owner of Winter Plum Tea House. This time, young Master Zhao finally had the chance. He was allowed by his father to leave the capital and travel abroad. Young Master Zhao brought his group of strong guards and headed straight for Qixia Town as their first stop. Qixia Town was not big, and there were only a few hundred families. In reality, 10 years ago, there was no such town as Qixia Town. It was just a piece of empty land with mountains and rivers on one side. As for why no one lived here, it was because it was a good place with good feng shui. It was only suitable for people to live in. However, this did not stop the people who came. They chose to settle here, build houses, and cultivate the land. Soon, thousands of people gathered here. In the next few years, the reputation of good wine, good food, good tea, and good jewelry spread, causing the surrounding vassal states to crazily chase after them. At the same time, the reputation of the beautiful shopkeepers also spread. The first thing young Master Zhao did when he arrived at Qixia Town was to go straight to Flowing Cloud Restaurant. This place only accepted reservations for 10 tables every day, and then no more. Young Master Zhao had never tasted the food here, so of course he had to try it first. Someone had already arrived early and reserved a table. As for how to snatch a table from the crowded reservation, this was not something the son of a minister had to worry about. To be honest, although Zhao Qingyun's father was only the minister of a vassal state, he was still the minister of a vassal state that spanned thousands of miles. As the son of a minister, what kind of food had he not tasted before? In his eyes, the name of this delicacy was probably just a gimmick to attract those country bumpkins who had not seen much of the world. Young Master Zhao's motive was, of course, not the wine owner's cup of tea. He was here for the supposedly very beautiful cooking maid. If she really caught his eye, the kitchen of the Minister of War would not be a disgrace to a little kitchen maid. Naturally, young Master Zhao could also get close to her at any time. Before seeing the kitchen maid, the food was served. Young Master Zhao casually picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of tofu that looked very ordinary and put it into his mouth. Chapter 11:25. This plate of mapo tofu looked beautiful with a bright color, but it only looked beautiful. There was not even a trace of fragrance. Originally, young Master Zhao did not expect much. He just wanted to fill his stomach. However, as soon as the tofu entered his mouth, young Master Zhao was shocked. He straightened his back and opened his eyes wide. An indescribable delicacy suddenly exploded in his mouth on the piece of tofu on the tip of the chopsticks. It was as if all the taste had been concentrated into the tofu, and not a single bit of it was emitted. Only when the tofu entered his mouth and was squeezed by his teeth and tongue did the taste burst forth. Spicy, fresh, and fragrant. Countless tastes reverberated in his mouth. Even young Master Zhao couldn't easily express how delicious it was. Just this mouthful of tofu made young Master Zhao feel that all the food he had eaten before was simply pig's food. There were so many so-called famous chefs at home. All of them should be thrown into the well and drowned. Even a mouthful of tofu was like this, not to mention the other dishes. Young Master Zhao's current behavior was completely unlike that of one of the four princes of the kingdom of Zhao. He was simply a country bumpkin who had never eaten good food. Like a tornado sweeping away the clouds, he swept away the few dishes that had already been served, looking like a beggar who had not eaten for God knows how many days. Not to mention young Master Zhao, even the guards who had been rewarded by young Master Zhao to sit down and eat with him were like a bunch of hungry mad dogs. They started to make big moves on the dining table, even ignoring the fact that their young master was right beside them. They were having a lot of fun fighting over food. While eating, they casually picked up a cup and drank a mouthful of the food wine. Suddenly, a completely different taste appeared in their mouths. The taste of the wine was not strong, but it did not cover up the taste of the food. It even improved the taste of the food. No wonder it was called the food wine. It deserved its reputation. In just a short while, a table that was enough for 10 people to fill their stomachs was cleaned up by the 5 of them. Including young Master Zhao, the 5 of them touched their bulging bellies. Looking at the messy plates and cups on the table, they still wanted more. It seemed that they could finish another table without hesitation. Unfortunately, the Flowing Cloud restaurant was not an ordinary restaurant. 1 table meant 1 table. There would not be more than 1. Even so, young Master Zhao was still very satisfied. This kind of food was indeed worthy of its reputation. Sigh, what a pity. At the next table, a guy who looked like a glutton was leisurely enjoying the delicacies on his table with a few friends. Suddenly, he let out a sigh. "Brother, why are you sighing?" Someone next to old Dao Tai immediately asked. "What do you think of the delicacies here?" The glutton didn't answer the question. "I wish I could swallow it with my tongue." Immediately, a friend who was a glutton answered vaguely while chewing on his food. This reply caused young Master Zhao and the other guards to nod their heads in agreement. It was true that he had never eaten it before, but as long as he tasted it, he would know how tempting it was. What this friend said just now was not excessive at all. But these dishes were made by the disciple of the Flowing Cloud restaurant's cook. I really want to know how delicious they would be if she cooked them herself. The glutton sighed and shook his head. This was the first time everyone, including young Master Zhao, had tasted it. How would they know the secrets behind it? When they heard that these delicacies were made by the cooking maid's disciple, everyone began to look forward to the cooking skills of the cooking maid. Why didn't the cooking maid cook them herself? We came here because of her reputation. The glutton's friend was a little dissatisfied and complained. You can't blame her. When she opened this restaurant, she said that only a few people in this world could taste her cooking. The others don't need to think too much about it. The glutton knew a lot of things, so he began to talk about them one by one. Who is it that has such good luck? Everyone was instantly curious, and they made inquiries. Only the master of this restaurant and the cooking maid's sisters. The glutton showed off for a while and then said, the master is the cooking maid's husband, and the sisters are the master's wives. The wine that we tasted was brewed by another lady from the main family's Snowdance winery. Oh! Everyone came to a sudden realization. Only now did they remember that the wine they had just drunk felt different when it entered their mouths. It was full of flavor, but it turned out to be the Snowdance winery's wine. This head of the family actually married a few sisters, and they were all legendary beauties, which made young Master Zhao very envious. This was especially true after tasting the delicacies and wine. Just as he was rubbing his belly and sighing, the corner of young Master Zhao's eye suddenly flashed a beautiful figure, immediately attracting young Master Zhao's attention. A woman dressed in plain clothes gracefully walked out of the kitchen and left the restaurant's entrance. Young Master Zhao had only taken a quick glance at her before he was stunned by the beauty of the woman. His mind was filled with nothing but the woman's beautiful smile. Not only young Master Zhao, but almost all the diners present had the same expression. Her beauty could no longer be described using the words of the mortal world. She was simply a fairy. Who is that? Young Master Zhao murmured. Apart from the beauty's appearance, that was the only question left in his mind. That's the cooking maid of the Flowing Cloud restaurant. The glutton might have been here many times. Although he was still immersed in it, he quickly sobered up and answered. How can such a beauty be reduced to a cooking maid? What a waste. It was rare for young Master Zhao to say such a phrase, but it seemed to be what everyone was thinking. Such a woman was actually a cooking maid. How could they endure it? I want her. I want her. After murmuring a few words, young Master Zhao suddenly shouted, I want her. I don't care who her master is, who her husband is, take her back for me. Even if she's the wife of the Emperor of Heaven, I want her. Take her back for me. One of the four great young masters of Zhao, young Master Zhao Qingyun. Which beauty could escape from young Master Zhao's clutches? Young Master Zhao had defiled countless women in the capital. Now that he had seen such a beautiful woman, how could he care about anything else? He had to make a move first. As soon as young Master Zhao said this, the few guards immediately responded in unison and stood up to chase after him. However, many people who heard young Master Zhao's roar suddenly focused their attention on his face. They looked at him as if they were looking at a dead man. I don't know him, I'm only here to eat. Someone immediately took a few steps back, as if young Master Zhao had some kind of plague and was afraid of spreading it. What he does has nothing to do with us. Chapter 11:26. You have guts. It was unknown how many people had the same thoughts in their hearts, but they secretly gave young Master Zhao a thumbs up in their hearts. They only dared to think this way, but they had never dared to say it out loud. Young Master Zhao had indeed spoken their hearts. Unfortunately, the outcome had already been predicted. Where did you come from? How dare you be so rude to my mistress? A shout came from the side, and a dozen waiters suddenly appeared beside young Master Zhao and the four guards. Among them, the waiters who had just served their food were among them. Bang, 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 bang. A series of sounds rang out one after another, and before the four guards could even stand up, they had already been showered with rolling pins and towels, knocking them unconscious. Even though they had already fallen, there was still a large amount of punches and kicks, and the four of them looked like they were no longer human beings in an instant. Young Master Zhao looked like a respectable person, and for a moment, before the punches and kicks reached his body, two old men who looked like stewards had already walked over. The two stewards were not young, and there were deep wrinkles on their faces. What was strange was that there was not a single strand of beard on their chins. Where did this little bastard come from, to dare be so rude to my mistress in front of me? Before the person had even arrived, one of the steward's sharp voice had already sounded. "Greetings, Elder Zhao. Greetings, Elder Chen. Greetings, Manager Zhao. Greetings, Manager Chen." The moment the two stewards appeared, a wave of greetings greeted them, all of them greeting them. Everyone who spoke had a smile on their face, and cupped their hands, as if the two old stewards were even closer to them than their own fathers. The symbol of Minister Zhao's family? Without waiting for the steward to walk over, a waiter had already brought the family crest of the guards to the steward, and presented it with both hands. "You should handle the matters of the state of Zhao, Steward Zhao." Of the two stewards, the one who had not spoken, saw the family crest and instantly lost interest. He walked to the side, and naturally, the waiter attentively brought the old man a chair to sit on. "Could it be that you, little bastard, are the son of Minister Zhao's family, the one known as the four great young masters, Zhao Qingyun?" Steward Zhao walked up to Zhao Qingyun, and asked. "It's me, your young master." When Zhao Qingyun heard that he knew him, he immediately trembled. Just as he was about to arrogantly demand an explanation from the waiters who had beaten up his guards, he suddenly felt a heavy slap on his face. "What kind of messy young master are you? When Steward Zhao is standing, you dare to sit?" A waiter at the side unceremoniously slapped young Master Zhao's face. In an instant, young Master Zhao's entire body was slapped up. He spun in the air and fell heavily onto the greasy floor. From birth until now, when had Zhao Qingyun ever suffered like this? He was used to doing whatever he wanted in the kingdom of Zhao, so how could he understand the situation in front of him? He didn't even consider what Chief Steward Zhao meant when he first opened his mouth. "You dare to hit me? Are you tired of living?" Clutching his face, young Master Zhao spat out a few harsh words before struggling to get up. "Damn it, I'm going to kill your entire family. It seems like Minister Zhao's family is really lacking in discipline. Today, I'll help him discipline you, little bastard, so that you don't cause trouble for your family." An armchair had already appeared behind Chief Steward Zhao. Chief Steward Zhao raised his robes and sat down. With a frosty expression, he said, "Slap him." Zhao Qingyun, who had just gotten up a little, suddenly had an additional foot on his back. It directly stepped on his body that had just gotten up a little. Following that, his back loosened and his arms hurt. Someone had twisted them from both sides and forcefully pulled him up from the ground. A waiter held a straight spatula in his hand and slapped Zhao Qingyun's face. Slap, 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 slap. In the beginning, Zhao Qingyun was still spouting arrogant words. After a dozen slaps, his entire mouth and both sides of his cheeks were already swollen. There were even some places where the skin had already broken and bled. However, the waiter who was slapping him didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He was still slapping him with the spatula. The intense pain made Zhao Qingyun finally realize that if he dared to play tough with his mouth, he would suffer even more. He immediately quietened down. Even when he was in unbearable pain, he didn't dare to make a sound. As expected, the moment he shut his mouth, the spatula opposite him stopped. The two hands that were twisting his arms also let go. Young Master Zhao's body went limp and he once again sprawled on the ground. At such a young age, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you spout such arrogant words here? Chief Steward Zhao didn't know when a cup of fragrant tea had appeared in his hand. He lifted the lid of the teacup lightly and took a sip. Only then did he cross his legs and speak slowly. Not to mention a mere minister of war, even the current prime minister would have to be well-behaved and well-behaved here. Chief Steward Zhao's eyes only glanced down at Zhao Qingyun. "Today, seeing that it's your first offense, I'll be lenient." Hearing the words lenient, young Master Zhao finally felt a little relieved. At home, he had heard these words many times. Every time he got into trouble, his father would be lenient on him after his mother begged him. As long as he said this, it meant that everything would be fine. Break his two legs and let them drag themselves back to their own residences. Chief Steward Zhao didn't care what young Master Zhao was thinking in his heart. He casually instructed, "How unlucky, I shouldn't have disturbed everyone's mood to eat." Zhao Qingyun's entire body was already rooted to the ground. Lenient punishment was still breaking his two legs. What if he were to be more severe? Just as he was thinking, The two people behind him had already raised two thick rolling pins and smashed them towards young Master Zhao's two legs. Both of his legs suddenly felt a sharp pain, and two crisp sounds of bones breaking could be heard from Zhao Qingyun's legs. Young Master Zhao only managed to let out half a scream before someone stuffed a dirty rag into his mouth to muffle his voice. Then, young Master Zhao Qingyun immediately fainted. Everyone. After dealing with Zhao Qingyun, Chief Steward Zhao, who was sitting, immediately stood up and bowed to the surrounding customers. I'm really sorry. The people of Zhao don't have strict discipline and have caused trouble for everyone. Today, I'll send a pot of wine to every table as an apology. Well said. The people at the side didn't seem surprised at all. They were used to this kind of situation. Moreover, who would dare to put on airs at a time like this? They all spoke politely to Chief Steward Zhao, then sat down and continued to eat and drink as if nothing had happened. Chapter 11:27. Zhao Qingyun finally woke up from the pain. His legs had been fixed with splints, but the pain came in bursts, making him miserable. After waking up for a while, Zhao Qingyun realized that she was on a slow ox cart. Beside her were a few of her bodyguards, who were bandaging her bruised face. After a long time, Zhao Qingyun remembered what had happened. Just as he was about to get angry, he moved his body and caused a sharp pain. He wanted to scold, but his mouth and face were extremely painful and swollen, so he couldn't say a word. Noticing that their young master had woken up, the four guards hurriedly came up to check. One of the guards finally recounted the events that transpired afterward in a disjointed manner. In fact, there was nothing special. They were just thrown out by a few waiters, and then woke up with a few buckets of cold water poured on their heads. They handed the young master whose legs were broken to them, threw a sign, and told them to go home. We saw the sign. It's the sign of the manager of the imperial kitchen in the palace. Another guard had a mournful expression on his face as he brought the token to Zhao Qingyun's eyes. That head steward Zhao should be the head steward of the imperial kitchen in the palace. Those waiters are all experts in martial arts, but they all look like eunuchs. After his legs were broken by the people from the palace, Zhao Qingyun knew that he couldn't get back at them no matter how daring he was. It was already polite that they didn't find him to settle the score. If he dared to be ungrateful again, it was estimated that next time, it wouldn't be just a matter of breaking his legs. At the thought of this, Zhao Qingyun took a cold breath and felt a lingering fear. He didn't even feel the pain of his broken legs. He was just curious about what kind of place the Liuyun restaurant was. How could there be a manager of the imperial kitchen who had practiced martial arts, and even the waiters were eunuchs who had practiced martial arts? Of course, the cooked food is the best to taste at the first time. At this moment, Gong Sunling was holding a plate of seemingly ordinary scrambled eggs and put it in front of young Chen. If I don't walk quickly, how can I send it to you as soon as possible? This was Gong Sunling's consistent insistence. All the dishes were prepared immediately for young Chen to taste, so as to maintain the best taste. The chefs of the Flowing Cloud restaurant were all Gong Sunling's disciples. Of course, most of them had another identity, imperial chefs of the surrounding vassal states. He was specially sent to the Flowing Cloud restaurant to learn how to cook. Apart from the imperial chefs, the imperial kitchens of the various vassal states would usually be staffed by a few eunuchs. Not only did they have to learn how to cook, but they also had to learn how to serve the dishes. They even had to learn how to taste the dishes so that they wouldn't ruin the appearance of the dishes. These people were the stewards and waiters of the Flowing Cloud restaurant. They volunteered to serve the diners who came from all over the world. Of course, there were gluttons among the diners, and there were also those who wanted to curry favor with these people. Not only in the Flowing Cloud restaurant, but also in the Cold Plum Tea House and the Snowdance Winery. They were all experts who were sent from all over the world to learn how to make tea and wine. At the same time, they were also the service staff of the winery and the tea house. Carts after carts of good water from all over the world, as well as good tea and rice from all over the world. It was all for the beautiful winemaker of the winery and the beautiful tea ceremony master of the tea house to make the best wine and the most delicious tea. The top tea and wine were the tributes of the royal families of each country. If ordinary people wanted to buy them, No matter how high their status or how much wealth they had, they could only buy the second-rate ones. As for the Blue Clouds Art Workshop, it was not only making jewelry. In fact, from head to toe, as long as it was worn by a person, it could be found in the Blue Clouds Art Workshop. Similarly, all kinds of the most exquisite materials from all over the world were carts of carts for the master to choose from. The best things had also been divided by the royal families of each country before they were seen by outsiders. Those with money and status could only get some second-rate goods. Even so, these so-called second-rate goods were also famous at that time. Countless people were crazy for them and chased after them endlessly. As early as a few years ago, the owner of Cheshire Town had established an unusual relationship with the royal families of the surrounding countries. No matter what happened, there would be people from the inner mansion of each country to deal with it. Zhao Qingyun did not know the secrets of this at all. She thought she was so great, but her legs were broken. Naturally, the owner of this Cheshire Town was Yang Chen, the master of the Blue Clouds Art Workshop was Gaou, the tea master of the Cold Plum Tea House was Shishanshan, the cook of the Flowing Cloud Restaurant was Gong Sunling, and the winemaker of the Snowdance Winery was Sun Qingxue. Everyone was here to manage the kind of things they liked the most, but they were also very free and unfettered. Even the royal families of each country would never have thought that the really good things would never be given to them. The first-class goods that they thought of as super first-class goods, in the eyes of the four women, did not even reach the standard. They were just some unfashionable side goods. Managing these things was also an experience in life. Even the experience of the four women was more thorough than that of many cultivators, as they directly trained in the mortal world. Even though there were people from the royal families of the various countries in charge of solving problems, most of the time, it was still the four women who personally received the guests, amiably bargaining with them. This kind of life that was almost impossible in their eyes in the past was a common occurrence here. The more people they came into contact with, the calmer the four women became. This was not the process of contact with cultivators at all. No matter how much contact they had with cultivators, they would not have such a feeling. On one hand, this was one thing, but on the other hand, they could stay with their husbands every day. There was no cultivation, no seclusion, no discussion of cultivation, it was purely the feeling of living with their husbands. There was no sect, no evil to defend the Tao, there was only family matters, there was only the things they liked, there was only the love of their husbands almost all the time. This feeling even made the four women a little intoxicated. They really hoped that this kind of life would continue like this forever and never end. Power is also a kind of invisible power, but sometimes it is more useful than brute force. Yang Chen often said this. In fact, the women had indeed seen the power of power, and they had also used it to perfection. Naturally, they also had a better understanding of the concept of power. In addition, since we are in the mortal world, then we can't always remain so young and beautiful, right? Yang Chen looked at the four beautiful wives and said with a smile, "Mortals have mortal lives, birth, old age, illness, and death. No matter what, we have to experience it. Otherwise, what would be the point? From today onwards, you will slowly become middle-aged, and then get older and older. This is the right way." Chapter 11:28. Originally, what Yang Chen said to the four girls was that they would train in the mortal world for a few decades. Although the four girls could still rely on their youthful cultivation to maintain their youth after sealing their cultivation, it was inconceivable in the eyes of mortals. Fortunately, it had only been a few short years since they took root in Cheshire Town. The four girls were in the prime of their youth, so it was normal for them not to change too much. However, if it was still like this in the future, then it would be abnormal. The four girls also wanted to know what would happen if their appearance slowly aged, but they were reluctant to give up their beautiful appearance. It was only until Yang Chen repeatedly promised that as long as they persisted in their cultivation of the youthful cultivation method, even if they ascended to the immortal world, they would still have their current appearance, that they finally complied. Of course, it was not that difficult to show signs of aging to the outside world. Yang Chen only needed a simple camouflage to achieve it. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. The four girls had also turned from youthful beauty to middle-aged beauty. Their business had always been thriving, but there were basically no more troubles caused by their appearance. Without many extra entanglements, the four girls' respective businesses also had some small troubles when they concentrated on money, but basically, it was normal business competition. No one had ever dared to touch the heads of these industries in Chishire town in other aspects. The four girls' easygoing made the people from the inner mansion sent by the royal families of the various countries live very comfortably. Not only were their lives taken care of comfortably, but young Chen's family was not stingy with money, which made these people exceptionally satisfied. Therefore, these people became more and more attentive in many matters. Sometimes, when there was a small business dispute, these people would eagerly take the initiative to help. Of course, they also knew that young Chen's family did not like to always use power to suppress others. They always used normal business methods to counterattack, but the results were outstanding. This allowed the four girls to see a different world. Under their curiosity, they also began to ask these people from the inner mansion for advice in their daily lives. With a large amount of money as a reward, coupled with the master's easygoing personality, he treated them like family, so these people from the inner mansion were naturally considerate. Since their master was asking for guidance, they wouldn't be stingy with what they knew. In this world, the most complicated place was none other than the palaces of various countries. For the sake of various kinds of power, status, favor, inheritance of royal authority, and so on, there were countless entanglements that simply made the four women feel like they were listening to a book from heaven. There were all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, bright and dark, on the stage, under the table, upright and sinister, calling people big brother in front of people, and pulling out weapons behind people's backs. The four women had a solid lesson of all living beings. The struggle of the little people, the struggle of the big people, the struggle of the emperor and the ministers, the struggle between the ministers, the struggle between the imperial concubines, the struggle of the family, everything could be an eye-opener for the four women. Just relying on one's power to suppress others was already an extremely simple method. However, even the emperors of various countries could not live up to their expectations, let alone others. The more they understood, the deeper their feelings became. The so-called gratitude and grudges among the cultivators could be found in the human world, magnified 100 times. Compared with these disagreements in the imperial palace, the cultivators were simply child's play. After all, most of the time, the cultivators still had to focus on cultivation, but these guys in the human world spent 100% of their energy on this. Countless true stories of open and secret struggles allowed the four women to see almost all kinds of people in the short span of 20 years. Even young Chen, after hearing these stories, could not help but have some insights. When fighting against the devil Qi, there was always a tempering of the state of mind. What was experience? This was experience. Now, the four women recalled the so-called experimental learning in the past. They gathered a few companions, found a few enemies, and killed their way to the door. Slaying demons and devils was considered to have completed the experimental learning. Now, it seemed that it was simply playing house. Compared with the dangers of the human world, the cultivators were as simple as children. Good people were good people, bad people were bad people. If it was not simple, then what was it? Unconsciously, the four women also began to pay attention to the history of the change of dynasties in the human world. From those historical facts, they could understand more about the disputes between people and learn more about the means to deal with them. The change of dynasties in the human world was far more than the world of cultivators. In the same thousands of years, dozens of generations had passed in the mortal world, and the dynasties had changed countless times. The richness of the experience far exceeded that of the cultivators who immersed themselves in cultivation. Not to mention anything else, just the number of birth, old age, sickness, and death had far exceeded that of the cultivators. The short life of the mortals of a few decades, countless times had written a glorious and tragic song that those long-lived cultivators could not imagine. It was not something that those cultivators who had a long life, and even the sect had never experienced life and death since the establishment of the sect, could understand. At this time, the four women understood why young Chen always liked to read some miscellaneous books, among which was this type. It turned out that they could really learn a lot of things from it, and it was far from being able to understand by immersing themselves in cultivation. Even if the four women did not deliberately cultivate in the past few decades, the changes in their state of mind were like experiencing nirvana. The simple persistence that they had at the beginning and the simple persistence that they had after understanding the complexity were completely different. Although they did not personally experience it, even if they listened to others or learned from books, they could understand the dangers of these things, as if they had experienced it themselves. The state of mind of young Chen's family, every day, seemed to be constantly sharpened in a large vat full of emery, grinding away the fragments that could not be condensed into a whole, leaving only the most solid core, and then slowly becoming angular and sharp, and then becoming smooth under constant sharpening, and then reaching the kind of true transcendence that saw through the world. At this point, in fact, whether it was the killing syndrome or the emotional control of some heart demons, they were no longer under the control of the four women. In the past, they relied on the stimulation of the devil chi to trigger all kinds of emotional riots, but they were just simple emotional riots. But now, if there was the same degree of devil chi stimulation, it was almost impossible to cause the emotions of the four women to fluctuate. Even young Chen himself, in terms of resisting the devil chi, had made great progress. The speed of absorbing the devil chi of the ultimate demonized vine had also greatly improved. In a short period of 20 years, he had already absorbed more than half of it. It seemed that in a few years, he could completely absorb the devil chi of the ultimate demonized vine. Chapter 1129. In the mortal world experience, the four women were cultivating, but young Chen was not only doing this. While he was cultivating, he was also alchemy, and at the same time, he was also absorbing and resisting the demonic chi, and even took time to absorb several kinds of demonic fire. If it wasn't for the fear of interference in alchemy, young Chen even wanted to absorb a few more fifth-grade fire seeds. In addition, young Chen was thinking about ways to improve the strength of the four women. The ultimate demonized demon vine was the gift that young Chen intended to give to Sun Qingxue. At that time, Sun Qingxue's master, the Darching stage elder Hua Wanting of the Blue Cloud sect, was accidentally entangled by the blood demon vine. For this reason, she sat alone and resisted the blood demon vine for hundreds of years. After being rescued by young Chen, her strength broke out and she was promoted to the Darching stage in one fell swoop. Because of the 100 years of life and death tempering, it also created Elder Hua's powerful combat power. Even if it was only the early Darching stage, he would not be at a disadvantage against a master in the middle Darching stage. With such a living example in front of him, young Chen certainly wanted to let his wife, Sun Qingxue, experience a bit of tempering. Although it was not like Elder Hua's 100 years of life and death tempering, but at least it was necessary to let Sun Qingxue have a little more strength. In the past few decades, Abai has integrated the seed of the demonized demon vine and has been breeding a blue jade blood phantom vine seed according to young Chen's instructions. This seed, young Chen intended to plant it on the ultimate demonized demon vine and then inject it into Sun Qingxue's body. The combination of the blood demon vine and the demonized demon vine could also make Sun Qingxue suffer, but with the addition of the blue jade vine, it would not be as dangerous as Elder Hua. After integrating this earth immortal level demonized demon vine, he believed that Sun Qingxue's strength would skyrocket and she would also have a stronger protection. For Sun Qingxue, who was also a wood elemental, this kind of pure wood elemental item was definitely a great supplement. For a long time to come, even until she ascended, Sun Qingxue would probably be restrained in the process of absorbing and fusing with the ultimate demonized vine. The second stage Earth Immortal Demonic Vine was the target that Sun Qingxue would work hard on for hundreds or even thousands of years in the future. Just this alone was enough to make Sun Qingxue even more glorious than she was in her previous life. In fact, apart from Sun Qingxue, young Chen had similar considerations for each of his wives. It was just that it was not time yet, so he could not realize it. The first townspeople of Xixia town were all the guards and servants that young Chen had hired. After coming here, young Chen had given them houses and land, and they all worshipped young Chen like he was a Buddha. Later on, more and more guests came to Xixia town, and their lives got better and better. In the eyes of these townspeople, young Chen's family was a great benefactor bestowed by the heavens. There was no better master than them. The only pity was that although young Master Yang married 4 beautiful wives, he had no children, which was quite a pity. Later on, young Master Yang found a large number of people from God knows where, and even recognized a few godparents. The town grew bigger and bigger, and life became more and more perfect. No one knew that these people that Yang Chen found later on were the descendants of Yang Chen, Gaou, Shishanshan, Gong Sunling, and Sun Qingxue. Some of the core skills were taught to them, so that they could have more income for the family in the future. However, this relationship was not known to them. After a few decades of peaceful life, the people of the town watched as the main family lived a peaceful life and slowly grew old without any disturbances. As for themselves, they became old men and women, became grandparents, had sons, grandsons, and even great-grandchildren. No one knew why the people here could live so long. They could only attribute it to good feng shui. However, according to an expert who had seen the feng shui of this place before, this was clearly a Yudai cave with a mountain on one side and a river on the other. It was only suitable for a small family to bury a grave. How could it be a good feng shui? Decades passed, and Chixia town grew bigger and bigger. It became Chixia County, and then Chixia Commandery. The three kingdoms fought fiercely for the ownership of Chixia Commandery. An open spear and a covert stab were staged in front of Yang Chen and the four women. In the end, it was Yang Chen who stepped in and split Chixia Prefecture into three smaller districts. Only then did the fighting cease. In any case, Chixia town was originally located at the border of the three countries, so all three countries had partial sovereignty over it. At least when Yang Chen was alive, no one dared to have any ideas about this place. As for what would happen after death, it was not Yang Chen's business. Predecessors planted trees for future generations to enjoy, and future generations had to have the ability to enjoy the shade. They could not always lie on the foundation of their predecessors and live off their predecessors. Soon, 50 years had passed. Yang Chen and the four women had become old men and old women. Although they still looked healthy, many people had other thoughts. You've already experienced old age and sickness. Do you want to try death? Yang Chen asked with a smile when he was with the four women. It's not bad to see what happens. Although Sun Qingxue had become more mature over the decades, she was still the most mischievous among the four women. This was also the kind of nature that Yang Chen liked. She immediately replied with a smile. She had seen others die, but she had never seen herself die. Of course, she did not want to experience what it felt like to die. Instead, she wanted to know what would happen after she died. She wanted to know how the people who had lived with her for decades would react. She wanted to know how they would feel when she left. In fact, there were many deaths and deaths among cultivators. It was just that everyone was more indifferent to it, unlike the common people. None of the four women objected. At this point, it was basically time for them to leave the mortal world. They would use this death to bid farewell. In the next 6 months, the four women passed away one by one. Then, Yang Chen personally organized their funerals and buried their coffins in tombs that had been built 20 years ago. The passing of the four masters and the departure of the four benevolent old men brought great sorrow to Chixia Prefecture. The four women had indeed witnessed the feelings of mortals. After that, even Yang Chen passed away silently one night. The descendants of the old townspeople followed Yang Chen's orders and buried him and the four women together in one place. From then on, Yang Chen and the other four old men no longer existed in the world. However, in the tombs that no one could see, the four women and Yang Chen were lying in their own coffins. It was as if they had really died. There was no sign of the living at all. Just like that, he lay there quietly for 20 years. Chapter 1130. At first, the four women did not think that Yang Chen would really let them be buried in the grave. However, with their cultivation sealed, they were unable to resist at all. They were easily sealed by Yang Chen into a strange state of suspended animation, and then given a grand burial. As for what Yang Chen's intentions were, he did not say it clearly. The four women only knew one thing, and that was that Yang Chen would never harm them. With this foundation and premise, the four women also silently accepted Yang Chen's arrangements. One by one, they were sealed by him and then buried. First was Gaou, then Gong Sunling, then Shishanshan, and finally Sun Qingxue. After the four women, it was Yang Chen's turn. Of course, Yang Chen was sent to the grave in a conscious state. After setting up an alarm formation in the grave that could wake him up at any time, Yang Chen also began to cultivate a type of suspended animation martial art, entering that state of suspended animation. No one would think that there was anything strange about this. The grave was something that Yang Chen had set his eyes on a long time ago, and he had begun to build it more than 10 years in advance. Some feng shui masters had also taken a look, and it happened to be where the Yudai cave of Xixia town was originally located. It was not a strange place. The inside of the grave was even more simple. There was neither the splendor of a rich family, nor any funerary objects. If it had to be said that it was valuable, it would be a few coffins that were made of good old Nanmu wood. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The only thing that was a little special was that the grave was deep enough. It was several tens of feet deep. If it were not for Grandfather Yang's arrangements, just digging up the grave and sending in new coffins to be buried together would have been troublesome. Fortunately, it would only be troublesome a few times. After Grandfather Yang was buried, no one would touch this grave again. Firstly, there was nothing valuable. Secondly, it was too deep, and it would take a lot of effort to dig. No matter how glorious they were when they were alive, they were nothing more than a pile of dirt after death. Very soon, the people of Xixia Prefecture slowly forgot about Yang Chen's family. 20 years later, other than the skills that Yang Chen's family had passed down, there was no longer any memory of Yang Chen's family. In Xixia Prefecture, only those over the age of 40 would occasionally think of old Master Yang and his 4 wives, and only then would they tell their stories in front of their children and grandchildren. However, this story was soon forgotten. The vicissitudes of the world were simply too fast. A simple and crude tomb would naturally not attract the patronage of grave robbers. Moreover, it was buried hundreds of feet underground, which made it impossible for grave robbers to think about it. The years that Yang Chen's family spent in the cemetery were unusually quiet. For 20 years, the 5 coffins were neatly placed in the tomb chamber. Yang Chen was in the center, and the 4 women were in 4 directions, surrounding Yang Chen. Until a certain time passed, there was finally some movement in the coffin that Yang Chen was lying in the center. The long nails that were nailed to the coffin lid flew up one by one, as if there was an invisible hand pulling out all the nails one by one. After all the long nails had flown up, the coffin lid was gently lifted and moved from the inside to the side. Then, Yang Chen sat up in the coffin. With a wave of his hand, a few luminous pearls appeared at the top of the tomb chamber, illuminating the entire tomb chamber. Yang Chen casually cast a spell to avoid dust, and after sweeping away all the dust around him, he began to open the coffins of the 4 women one by one. After lying down for 20 years, the bodies of the 4 women did not change at all. The camouflage on their bodies was still there, and they looked like 4 old women. Yang Chen easily put away the camouflage and woke the 4 women up from their sealed state one by one, then helped them sit up. 20 years of motionlessness, even the Yuanying stage masters were a little uncomfortable, not to mention that their cultivation bases had long been sealed. After half an hour of adaptation, the 4 women woke up from that state of ignorance, and then they understood where they were. Although she was the last of the 4 women to be buried, Sun Qingxue saw that the place where she was lying turned out to be a coffin. She still let out a scream, and then regardless of anything, she rushed into the arms of Yang Chen, regardless of Yang Chen who was massaging Jiao Yu at this time. "What are you afraid of? You have already died once, are you still afraid of the coffin?" Yang Chen gently touched Sun Qingxue's little head, then smiled and teased, "This is not the performance of the Yuanying stage master snow dancing fairy. Isn't my cultivation base sealed? Naturally I will be afraid." Sun Qingxue pouted and retorted. But she soon found that she couldn't find an alliance. The other 3 women were all doing their own activities, and then looked at her with a smile. "Husband, why do you have to let us be buried?" Sun Qingxue couldn't understand things, and immediately asked, unceremoniously, "If you don't die once, how can it be considered a worldly experience?" Yang Chen replied with a smile, "Don't you feel that this is also a kind of experience, a kind of realization?" In fact, since Yang Chen woke up the women, the 4 women began to ponder. They were all people with excellent understanding, and it was easy to understand Yang Chen's intentions. To be honest, such a death once, it really made people have a kind of indescribable feeling. In particular, they were still placed in a coffin and then buried in this tomb. That feeling was really difficult to express in words. Is this the feeling of death? After Shashanshan moved for a while, she sat on the lid of the coffin that belonged to her without hesitation, and said, "After mortals die, it is really troublesome." It didn't seem strange for Shashanshan to say this. At least in Shashanshan's eyes, those outsiders' sadness, pain, reluctance, and even secretly joy and so on, but no matter what they thought in their hearts, they always put on a sad appearance on the surface. In particular, some of their former business competitors and those who had been tricked by them and held a grudge, even sent people to mourn. Some people were really sad, so much so that they would really kneel in front of their memorial tablets to pay their respects, saying that death was a big deal, and the grudges of many years could be considered to be written off. When a person died, everything was over, and even the grudges and karma could be written off. This death really gave people a lot of insight. In the past, when they saw others die, they had thoughts in their minds. This was completely different from the thoughts of others after they died, and it was a very mysterious scene. Alright, let's undo the seal. Seeing that everyone had recovered their spirits, Yang Chen seemed to have thought of something, and reminded the four women again, "There is no point in sealing anymore, release the seals, and see what you can gain." Chapter 1131. The seal of the four women could be unlocked by themselves at any time in times of crisis. At this time, there was no need to use Yang Chen, they could unlock it by themselves. As soon as the seal was lifted, the surging spiritual power and surging spiritual awareness returned to the four women again. They had traveled for 20 years, lived in Chixia town for 50 years, and then lay in the cemetery for 20 years, adding up to 90 years, nearly 100 years, and their cultivation base had been sealed. As soon as it was unlocked, the four women began to cultivate skillfully. They hadn't used spiritual power for almost 100 years, nor had they used spiritual awareness, but it didn't seem to cause any consequences of their cultivation base decline. As soon as the women cultivated, they immediately discovered that their spiritual power was even purer than before the seal, and their spiritual awareness had also made good progress. Although it had not yet reached the point of directly upgrading a small grade, the growth of their cultivation base and spiritual awareness was really not discounted. This point, Yang Chen had said before the seal. Because the sealed spiritual power would be concentrated in the tempering of the life source magic weapon, it would be honed and purified by this spontaneous tempering process. In the same way, the spiritual awareness would also improve slightly because it was not used for a long time. It was said beforehand, so the four women didn't feel strange about it at all. What they cared about was how their life source magic weapon had been tempered. Soon, the four women let out a cry of surprise. Even Shashanshan, who was usually the quietest and coldest, was no exception. The result of the tempering of the life source magic weapon made the four women indescribably happy and surprised. As early as before going to the demon continent to practice, the four women had already completed their life source magic weapons and began to temper them in the sea of consciousness. Gong Suanling's death had even been completed at that time. After more than 70 years in the demon continent and more than 90 years of experience in the mortal world, Gao Shashanshan and Sun Qingshue's life source flying sword had been tempered and could be taken out for use. As for Gong Sunling, the tempering method that Li Cheng taught her had also been tempered by more than half. It seemed that in a few decades, she would be able to complete the initial stage. On average, the tempering of the four women's life source magic weapon had been shortened by at least 50 years. According to the original plan, it would take at least 50 years to achieve the current results. It had to be said that Yang Chen's sealing technique was truly too marvelous. The technique of the immortal world was simply successful in every endeavor when used in the mortal world. The four women could not wait to summon their own life source magic weapon, slowly stroking, slowly appreciating, feeling the wonderful feeling of being one with their own mind. Shashanshan's Scarlet Snow Spirit Crystal Flying Sword and Sun Qingshue's Heavenly Thunderwood Flying Sword were both exquisitely crafted. It was refined by Yang Chen himself. Compared to the natal flying sword in their previous life, it was much more brilliant. The combat effectiveness of this natal flying sword alone was more than double that of the previous life. This was not counting the first hundreds of years of tempering time saved because it was refined in advance. Gaou's water and fire dragon horn flying sword was refined by herself, but in the refining process, Yang Chen also participated in the design and helped throughout the process. The dragon horn itself was the best material in the world, coupled with the personal refining. Gaou's natal flying sword was even stronger than that of Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. Needless to say, Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map, even if there were hundreds of Dacheng stage masters, even if Gong Sunling herself did not move and never cultivated, her spiritual power cultivation base would automatically improve. For the same reason, when it came to the endurance of spiritual power, if not counting the help of those spiritual source liquid crystals, even Yang Chen, who cultivated 10 kinds of spiritual power at the same time, would have to admit defeat in front of Gong Sunling. As long as the purification of spiritual power was solved, Gong Sunling was simply the fastest monster among Yang Chen's family. In this regard, Shishanshan and Gaou, who cultivated hundreds of years earlier than Gong Sunling, were not her opponents. Don't try your natal magic weapons here. Yang Chen saw that the 4 women were somewhat itchy and hurriedly stopped them. The town above us is Chixia Town. You don't want the town you built by yourself to be destroyed by you, right? Yang Chen said that it was a bit exaggerated for everyone to build it themselves, but Chixia Town was really built from scratch day by day under the eyes of the women. Every day that the town changed, it fell into the eyes of the 4 women. Especially when all the changes in Chixia Town were related to the 4 women. This feeling was very different from watching the changes in the sect for decades. Under this kind of thinking, Yang Chen said not to let them easily test their life source magic weapons. Although the 4 women were already curious in their hearts, they all stopped. Don't worry, after leaving, there will be opportunities for your flying sword to open up. Yang Chen smiled and gave the 4 women a guarantee, and then reminded them in addition to the natal magic weapons, what other changes are there? My spiritual power is purer. Gaou replied quickly. My cultivation base has also improved. Gong Sunling followed Gaou and said quickly. My spiritual awareness has improved. Shishanshan did not fall behind. My sea of consciousness is also condensed. Sun Qingxue was the last one. The answers of the 4 women made Yang Chen nod frequently. When they were all finished, he asked again, is there any change in the body? Sisters look younger and more beautiful. Sun Qingxue grabbed the first one this time and replied happily. This is the credit of the eternal youth cultivation method. Yang Chen replied with a smile, as long as you practice hard, you will be able to maintain this state in the future. Even if you feel that it is not perfect enough, you can focus on that part during cultivation, and it can slowly change according to your ideas. Really? Not only Sun Qingxue, but even Cold Plum Fairy Shishanshan also asked happily. No woman will feel that they are perfect, there will always be something dissatisfied. This eternal youth cultivation method is so powerful that the 4 women can't help but be ecstatic. Really, but the process of this change is a bit slow, it may take hundreds of years. Yang Chen has been smiling and gave an affirmative answer. In the eyes of Yang Chen, the 4 women are already very perfect, and there is no need to change anything at all, as long as they maintain this appearance. But it is undeniable that men and women are very different, and this is one of them. This cultivation method can't be passed on to outsiders, it's the bottom of the box, it can be sold at a high price in the future. After Yang Chen finished, he told the 4 women. Of course, the 4 women knew how precious it was and they all agreed. Such a powerful eternal youth cultivation method, they would not pass it on to outsiders. It seems that the body is stronger. After the ecstasy lasted for a while and slowly calmed down, the 4 women explored their bodies again, and then Gaou said with some uncertainty.